All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Once again, we changed the setup again. That's right. That's right. You know how we do it here? Can't have more than one stream. The same setup. Welcome back to Press X Podcasts. Still on the couch, my guy. Yes, I am. Did the new cat debut on stream? He was on the last stream. He might show up. He's been getting really comfortable. But yes, welcome back to Press X Podcasts. Here's Boss next to me. Was the standing desk not working out? No. No, it was not. I'm not going to return it because I look at it as a long-term investment, but I definitely can't use it yet. Yeah, so I was like doing more research and like, dude, God, it's going to take some time, man. It's going to take some time. I'll talk to you guys about it in a minute. Did the GTA trailer drop yet? Well, we're going to talk about that. The PlayStation RAM situation. We will discuss that. You expect the next stream to look different now? Shadowlink, what's up, man? Saying, hey, bro, how's your back feeling? How's Mrs. MEG and how are the kids? Hope you're all doing well. Also, new cat home now? Yeah, we could be doing better. I'll be honest, Shadowlink. Me and Mrs. MEG are really going through it right now. We're pushing through, but between my neck and now she recently had some dental work done, and now she's having a severe jaw pain that she's gonna have to get looked into now. It's like debilitating. Comes and goes. So we've been on the struggle bus, man. But you know, we're still trying to. Luckily, everything's good with the kids. So it could always be worse. Got to be thankful for what we have, what is going right. But yeah, man, I had to come back to the couch here because I had to come back to the couch because after doing the standing stream, oh my God. I definitely was not ready to be standing for that long, and to be moving around like that. And so that's why I couldn't stream yesterday. But you know, it's weird because like doing movement, as long as I'm not doing like really heavy lifting or anything that's putting me in a really awkward position, just kind of basic movement, it does seem to help a little bit. You know, I noticed sitting still for too long, like way too long, that doesn't help. But yeah, I was doing some research and it's death standing too. Yes. And it seems like this particular, herniation I have can take anywhere between 3 and 6 months to recover. And sometimes it can take longer. Sometimes it could take 9 months. It could take up to a year. But yeah, it looks like this is something that's going to affect me for quite some time. And so I just had to embrace the fact that I'm going to have to do the couch stream, you know. I'll still be able to move around and stuff. You know, I can still move. I can still do stuff. Get off top chat. Oops. How do you guys know? You freak me out. How do you guys know that? Nice couch. This is where he casts his streams. Hence. Wait, wasn't that PlayStation lamp always there? Which PlayStation lamp? Oh yeah, you guys like my new lamp setup? You like my new lamp setup? Mrs. MBG came down here. She's like, why are they so tall? I'm like, it's all I had. It's all I had to put them on. I'm really glad Boss can't annoy me as much either. Yeah, it takes time. Be safe and you'll get better. Yeah, I'm going to try my best, man. I'm going to try my best. Oh, I definitely want to get better as quickly as I possibly can. I've herniated discs before. I've herniated lower back discs. Never herniated a disc in my neck. This is a different beast. Mrs. MBG told us that's true. She did. Where's the herniated disc? Because I found some helpful and interesting info. It's my C6 and my C7. That's right. I herniated my 6-7. I'm not even kidding. I herniated my 6-7. Pray for me. Pray for me. How did we get here? Prince G, a member for 26 months, says, CBG, Couchbound Gamer, shout out to G Unit, Hanzo G, Carl G, Titus G, and MBG. Thank you. Michael Warneth. Michael Warneth was ready. He was locked and loaded. Thank you. Thank you for the 67 joules, bro. They actually made it 67. That's amazing. Makes you realize how important your neck and spinal cord are to your everyday movements. Oh yeah. So yeah, I'll be doing the best I can. I'm gonna keep trying to make videos, keep streaming. And I'm just gonna have to see how I am on a daily basis. I'm gonna try to make sure not to irritate it too much, not to overexert myself. I think I'll still be able to do light workouts. And we have Raven X0. Raven X0 coming in, dropping the first 5 pack on you guys. Ripping open the first 5 pack, and Obi-Wan Kenobi apparently received a member gift. Raven, thank you so much for that. Obviously, I want to encourage you guys to continue to show your support for the channel here, like Raven is, and like many of you do. It's going to have to try to just, when it comes to the member content, I told you guys my plan was to bring members content back, and there's still a certain, like, there's a level to that. Like, I still want to do that. I'm just purely focused on making sure I can even do content at all. So I'm going to keep my focus on that. And as the month progresses, we'll see what we can do. We'll still be doing some stuff with Mrs. MBG, of course, when we get the opportunity to do so. Dodging a membership. Vest got a membership. Well, Raven, thank you for that, man. I'll add that to the member count here. I'm going to have to buy another small table, though. Something I can put my keyboard and mouse on. Because I'm using this little thing right here, and I can't put my keyboard on it. It's quite annoying. And also, that's my neck right now, and that's for you, Raven. Appreciate it, bud. All right. Let me see here. Sony CEO calls PlayStation a plastic box without content. Indeed. Is that the headline they're running with? I love it. What is that? Is that a spider? You see that? Going down the camera? Was that a piece of dust or was that a spider? Damn, man. When's the trailer? All right. Let's talk about that. You saw it. I'm going to die. Thank you, Michael. You really know how to reassure me and make me feel good. Appreciate it, bro. You're waiting for it, aren't you, Michael? You're waiting for it. All right. So let me let you guys know what we're going to be talking about today. PS5 is just a paperweight, says PlayStation CEO. Before we go over the topics, make sure you hit that like button. If you guys enjoy the streams, if you enjoy Press X Podcast, hit that like button. It lets me know you enjoy it, and it also helps with YouTube's algorithm. All right? Michael expects you guys to hit the like button. Don't let him down. Hit the like button or I might die. How about that? All right, so we are going to be talking a little bit more about GTA 6 because today Today might be the day, according to the internet. All signs were pointing towards the 12th being the day that we get another trailer for GTA. If not another trailer, we're getting pre-orders opening up. We're getting something GTA 6 related finally after all this time. So here we are. It's 12:16 p.m. Eastern time. Let's go check. Has anything happened? I know that there was a Game Informer cover that was supposed to be revealed. Let us go see. There it is. There it is. GTA 6. No, it's not. GTA 6 trailer 3 is trending. Oh, man. GTA fans crushed it. Next Game Informer cover reveal. Uh-oh. It wasn't GTA 6, was it? It's got that... Dude, it does have that blue box energy. It does. And Cheese and Chainsaws with a £5 super chat. Thank you for that, Mr. Cheese. Or Mr. Chainsaws, I guess. Sony case coming to an end soon in the UK. PlayStation may be giving UK gamers roughly $180 each. Probably in PlayStation credit. So GTA 6 for free, that could hurt. Dude, hold on. $180. The equivalent of like $180. That seems way too much, dude. I saw that UK court case. Isn't it like they're paying like 7.8 million or something like that? $180 seems like way too much, considering it's a class action lawsuit. Like, I feel like you're gonna get $1.80. That's more likely. But if that does, dude, if you could get $180 in PlayStation Store credit, that would be pretty sick. And yes, you could assumedly get it for free. GTA 6, that is. You could do it. You'll have to let me know. Are you part of that? Cheese and Chainsaws, you gonna collect? They made billions off gamers, so the lawyers want a big payout. Lawyers doing what they do, bro. They're doing what they do. And we have a direct donation from Shadowlink. Shadowlink, thank you so much for that, buddy. He says, before the end of the stream, remind me to send you a YouTube channel to check out if you want it for joint health and support. I will try to remember that, Shadowlink. Yes, I appreciate that, bro. I've been doing whatever research I can do, and it's kind of tough because I don't know. I have an appointment scheduled, I think on like the 18th or something like that. I think that's when it is, where I'm going to go be talking to a specialist for the first time, and I'm going to have to get like further testing done to see exactly the extent of the damage, and what I'm going to do with pain management. Pain management's been the hardest. Like, I'm not going to complain about it throughout the stream, or at least I'm going to try not to. I've been complaining too much about it, but it's like I'm in so much pain right now. But I don't know what to do. It's just like, it's there and it's not going anywhere. I can't take anything for it. Anything I take doesn't help. It's just this constant pain. So I'm just like, okay. Don't get addicted, man. No, that's the thing. Like, the only thing I took that would be considered strong as like a narcotic, I took it once, was a tramadol. 50 milligrams. Nothing, bro. They've given me tramadol. They gave me a Valium, bro. Like, they gave me a Valium and it did nothing. All it did was make me dizzy for like an hour, and it did nothing. I have not encountered anything that can take the pain away. So, that's why I'm here. You guys take the pain away. That's the only thing I haven't tried yet. Mrs. MBG's like, you should try an edible. She was like, try an edible before you stream today. I'm like, are you kidding me? I've never had an edible in my life. Could you imagine my first time doing it? It's like I'm just live on stream. An hour into the stream, I'm just like, I mean, I don't know what I would be like. Maybe I'd freak out. She's correct. Yes, it would be awesome. Now, I've never had an edible before. No. I mean, I've, smoked a little bit of weed here and there in my day. Not really. Not really. I just don't do that. I'm no problem with it. I don't feel any type of way against it. I just don't do it. I never have. And, but I'm desperate. I might try it. We'll see. Stoned MBG stream. You got a stoned MBG stream before GTA 6. Good. Don't ever do it. Well, I mean, that's the thing, man. Like I keep waking up every day waiting for the pain to subside. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Guy Cocker, LOL YouTube channel, 5-minute video. Go on it. Oh God. Okay, hold on. That's a name. That's a YouTube channel name. Guy Cocker. Oh, okay. PlayStation UK class action lawsuit. Are UK consumers due a 140-pound refund? This is you, isn't it, Cheese and Chainsaws? This is secretly you. That looks, I can tell that's you. I'll check out that video. Makwi Ninja with a $2 super chat saying we'd be watching MBG drool on himself for 3 hours. I mean, that's the thing, man. Like I've taken a couple puffs, before, did nothing to me. And it was, I don't know how strong the strain was, but literally it did nothing. I was just choking for like a half hour. Did nothing to me. And to a point where I'm like, okay, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I've been experimenting with different stuff. Pharmaceuticals, safely, of course, like nothing crazy either, but just like trying different, like I've been trying different muscle relaxers, different pain medications. And I'm just noticing like nothing's doing anything to me. So I think about Matt York. He keeps showing up to the stream and he's like, perks and whiskey, bro, perks and whiskey. And I'm like, I'm sure that would do something. I'm not trying to take it that far. Dude. I also don't even drink, so I don't know. Man. Nerve pain isn't like the other pain. Well, as far as I understand, if you're using pain medication correctly, right? Like if you're going to take something strong, like an oxy or whatever, which I've never taken. But if I understand correctly, like if you're actually in that amount of pain, where the pain is that high, where your brain is like overloaded with pain, when you take a narcotic like that, it doesn't make you high. You can't get high off of it. It just basically evens you out. It's when you're actually not in a justifiable amount of pain and then you take it, then it actually kind of makes you high. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. But that's my understanding of it. Which would explain why everything I'm taking is not doing a damn thing for me. Makwi Ninja with a $2 chat. You're saying bowl a day keeps the doc away. 100 MBG. Yeah, maybe that's where I'm going wrong in life. Everything we're talking about does pertain to GTA, by the way. Boss Potato, can you spot the difference? Wow, thanks, bro. Actually, no, I can't spot the difference. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying, MBG, if this case causes any sort of payout, every region is open to doing it. Also with Sony / PlayStation, it could be a big deal. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been paying a little bit of attention to this case, but what's this about gutting the PS6? We'll talk about that. People are running with that as if it's confirmed. Nothing's confirmed, but people are running with it. Oh, you like the setup? Is my neck pain getting better? Not really, no. And Shadowlink, you're saying MBG last derailment, foods and drinks that reduce inflammation help greatly with nerve pain. I sent the link to the channel. Yeah, I'm probably not doing myself any favors there. Let's see. For some yeah, for some reason the link won't go through, Shadowlink. I think it's because you're not a mod. I think only mods can post links. If you get the chance, try posting the link for me in the Discord. But yeah, we'll move on to the topics. It's being a little bit silly over here. All right, let me settle in here. Gotta get comfortable before I get let down by GTA 6 again. Gotta get comfortable like boss. Gotta get my pillows. Prop my arm up. Oh boy. Whew. Okay. All right. Let me move. I'm gonna just a heads up too, as long as I'm using this setup, I don't know when I'll buy it, but eventually I'll buy a new table, something where I can maybe get my microphone closer. Okay. Let me head on back here. My chat's very delayed. Hang tight for 1 second, guys. Okay. Make sure to heart those super chats. It's beast mode with a milestone chat for 13 months. It says 007 devs just posted solid 60 FPS on the highest quality on the Pro and 60 FPS on the PS5 on performance mode. W for the Pro. Again, they tried to hate the Pro. They can't hate it. Isn't that right, boss? Right? PS5 Pro, another W? Hi, Paul? Hi, Paul. There we go. Yeah. Boss agrees. I did see that. It looks really good, man. It's interesting because I remember streaming the State of Play with for 007, and it had issues. Yeah, it definitely had some performance issues. But PlayStation removed all PC trash from earnings call. All right, let me I'm going to play the audio of this.
But before that, it's over to Matt for Watchdog as he delves into the case against one of the world's most popular gaming platforms.
Yes, the PlayStation 5 was the best-selling console of last year. However, Sony, the company that makes it, is currently facing a lawsuit over claims it's been excessively and unfairly charging millions of its customers. So, ahead of the legal hearing coming to an end on Friday, I sat down with consumer champion Alex Neil to find out more.
The first PlayStation was released over 30 years ago, and as technologies develop, there's been a shift away from physical games to the point where certain models of the latest PlayStation don't even have disc drives. Instead, people have to go here to Sony's online PlayStation store, buy a game, and download it onto their console.
Because these...
See, like, right off the bat, though, this could all just be avoided if we just... if the UK, not just the UK, but it's like, just if we could just buy physical games. Right, boss? Right. Boss agrees. Hey, Nicodemus. Daddy PC. PC sucks. Get out of here with that garbage. And my PC, meanwhile, my PC sitting right here. My tower's just sitting right here. It looks quite nice, actually. But yeah, PC sucks as I'm streaming from my PC.
Online-only customers are effectively locked into buying from Sony. The argument is that Sony's created a monopoly. The real question is this, though. Are they using that market power to charge customers unfairly?
New PlayStation games from the online store can cost over £100, which has left PlayStation users like Kia struggling to keep up.
Are you the only gamer in your household?
Hold on, bro. They're interviewing gamers for this one. I should have this up as a video. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me actually get this set up properly. So it's not a long video. It's only like 3 more minutes, but I'm curious. So I'll move myself over here. Bring up the YouTube video here. There we go. All right, let's see.
I'm not, no, I have 2 children, 11 and 8, single mom, you know, all the bills I have to pay. The price of games has gotten absolutely ridiculous. If nothing changes, see you later, Sony.
Gareth's been a fan of PlayStation for over 20 years and says he's bought the disc version of hundreds of games. But now he feels like he's being pushed towards buying downloadable games that are only sold through its online store.
I think it's outrageous. I think
Bro's got the PlayStation Reeboks, yo. He's got the PlayStation Reeboks. Those are pretty sick. Listen, Sony, when you have a fan, yeah, that's this dedicated, that they're buying the physical games and they got your shoes, you gotta listen. You gotta listen, Sony.
Sony are just cornering the market.
Gareth also feels that it's unfair that PlayStation games bought online often cost more than the physical version, especially as once you've bought them, you can't resell them on afterwards.
I think it should be a little bit cheaper because there's nothing, you know, physical about the digital game.
Consumer rights campaigner Alex Neil is hoping that all this could be about to change. She's been working on a class action lawsuit against Sony for the past 4 years, alleging that 11 million UK PlayStation customers have paid more than they should when they made purchases from Sony's online store. The 10-week trial comes to an end this week, and I'm catching up with her as she's preparing her final arguments.
Well, we think that consumers during the period of our claim have been overcharged by around 20%. So that adds up to around £2 billion. So this is huge amounts of money.
A lot of people would say they can charge whatever they feel to be the appropriate price.
What would normally happen is prices would be competed down by other players in the market. Where you have one big dominant player, there's less of that effect. And so the law puts special conditions onto that company to make sure that consumers are protected and not ripped off.
But, well, hold on though. Like, isn't the argument against this that you don't have to buy from the PlayStation Store? Like, isn't the argument against this, Steam exists, the Xbox storefront exists, Epic Games, you know, there are many digital storefronts. I understand that they're not available on the PlayStation hardware. And I guess that's the angle that they're trying to take here, where it's like, once you buy the PlayStation, that's how Sony keeps you locked in. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can see why there is an angle here, but yeah, I don't know. Sony's going to have to be careful with this. What makes this so interesting is the fact that Microsoft is already seemingly, I mean, they pretty much confirmed it. They're embracing this already. Microsoft already said with Project Helix, like, yeah, we're going to have multiple storefronts. PlayStation opening the door to having multiple storefronts is probably like a worst case scenario for them, realistically, where that's going to mess them up because that is not their business model. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it'll be interesting to see how this plays out because I have to imagine that the other side of this, Sony's defense, will be like, you know, there isn't a gun to your head. Like, sure, when you buy a PlayStation, you don't have access to other storefronts, but you're buying a closed console, which has always existed, still exists with something like Nintendo as well. But yeah, you can begin to see how lawyers and also other platform holders like Microsoft and Valve that, you know, they already embraced this. They're like, they want to put Sony and Nintendo in that corner. But let's see.
Alex believes that if successful, millions of PlayStation customers could be awarded around £180 each in compensation, and she hopes the case will provoke change.
Why would it save me money as a gamer?
Sony should allow game publishers or developers to build their own stores within the PlayStation and allow them to retail and sell their own games. If you introduce some competition, then you should see cheaper prices.
I'm meeting technology journalist Guy Cocker to understand how Sony compares to its competitors.
Guy, is there a fundamental injustice?
Oh, man. Oh, man. Bro, okay, we thought Matt Booty. I don't know, we got Matt Booty and Guy Cocker. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Makwi Ninja, you're saying we saying Hip Hop Gamer was right about Steam on PlayStation? Not quite. They're undercover Microsoft lawyers, yeah. Not quite, man. I mean, I'll tell you this. The reason I don't believe Steam will be on the PlayStation 6, the reason I don't believe that is because Sony would never willingly do that. So the rumor that exists of like Steam being there day one on PS6, it heavily insinuates and implies that it's an active choice that Sony's making, like they want to do that. The only way you would ever see Steam on PlayStation is if literally Sony was forced to comply with the law, you know? And that's kind of where this is interesting, because right now this is just relegated to the UK, but it's kind of like what Cheese and Chainsaws was saying, where if this goes through, if they win this, this kind of may break open. This might open Pandora's box, you know, where suddenly you're going to start seeing lawsuits left, right, up, down, and center, because, you know, lawyers are like sharks. If they smell blood in the water, and that's the thing. Right now, the sharks are going after Sony in the UK. If they can win this and they can get that blood in the water, it's going to potentially have a domino effect. And, you know, it kind of makes us think from the perspective of like, well, would it be so bad for PlayStation to have more digital storefronts? No, I don't think from a player's perspective, it's a bad thing. From a consumer and player perspective, I'm not against this. But I do find it fascinating as somebody who is also very tuned in to Sony's business and how they conduct their business in the games industry, how they have made their success. It is very fascinating when you think like, well, hey, you know, I'll still buy my games physically for as long as I can. But if we get to a point where it's like everything's all digital, having multiple storefronts, you know, that doesn't hurt me. But there's no doubt that's going to hurt you, Sony. That's going to hurt you real bad. What are you going to do? I don't know. Guy Cocker's going to let us know, though. They're also going after Steam in the UK. Are they? Wait, hold on. Why are they Are they going after? I remember talking about that. Are they going after Steam for the same reason? Because that doesn't make sense, does it? Top Shelf Gaming, what's up, man? I'll look into that after this. I'll double check.
Is there as far as you can see?
So the key fact of the case is that PlayStation operates differently to its competitors. So by way of example, a racing game coming out on Xbox, if you buy that on the Xbox store, it'll be about £60 for the standard version of the game. I was able to find that online a third cheaper just by shopping around for it. PlayStation doesn't allow that. So it's essentially got a walled garden where you can only buy games at the price.
Whoa, hold on. He just used Xbox as an example. What is he talking about? Was he talking about like is he talking about, he's referencing, So he's referencing the fact that with Xbox's digital games, you can still go to Steam and PC in general, usually. Xbox allows key sites. Okay. Okay. Interesting. CD keys. Very interesting. It's really interesting the angles they're taking here. What are you gonna do, Sony? Sony's like sweating, bro.
Prices that it sets.
People understand the price. It's not hidden. Where's the unfairness?
Well, as consumers, we're used to being able to buy games secondhand when they're physical. I think that the next PlayStation won't even have a disc drive. These are being phased out by manufacturers because, again, they want to sell you these products digitally.
When we wrote to Sony, it disputed that it's dominant in the market and denied overcharging customers by 20%. It said strong competition from other consoles keeps its digital game prices competitive, adding that allowing third-party game stores would make the console less secure and deliver a worse experience for players.
Well, I mean, can't an angle that Sony can take here to defend themselves against this, couldn't an angle be, well, we offer sales and deals all the time, you know? And they could argue that those sales and deals are influenced by, I mean, well, they kind of did say that, like other storefronts, and also release your PS5. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's nuts. I'm assuming that is an argument they could make here, but Sony is the most diabolically anti-consumer. I love how, dude, the funniest thing about Sony's response is it'll be a worse experience. Like, bro, what? That's crazy. Like, Sony enters, tells you having multiple storefronts would be a worse experience, fails to elaborate, leaves. Like, what do you mean? That's funny, man. That's funny. I would be open to hearing from Sony, like, okay, if it's going to be a worse experience, why? Because I don't think it would make for a worse. I think really what it comes down to is Sony's like, it would be worse for us. It would be. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying, so we don't want cheaper games? Corpo logic. We want more expensive games. Come on, Sony. We know you want to raise the price to 80. No, I mean, this is going to be fascinating to watch unfold, man, because I want like I said, I want the PlayStation business to be healthy. But here's the thing. It is healthy. Right? It is healthy. We don't want to see anything happen to PlayStation where it like runs them so far into the ground that it's like, well, they're done. But that's the thing. Like they are doing very well. They're doing very, very well. They're like at their peak, you know, they're breaking records. And the only thing that's hurting them are their own dumb decisions with things like Bungie and live service. Stuff like this isn't hurting them yet. There is an argument and an angle to this that if something like this were to like kind of just knock Sony down, where it's like, oh shit, this is happening, and we actually can't do anything about it. It could wake them up a bit, you know, where at the end of the day, I'll put it to you this way, right? If we enter a situation where this goes global and suddenly Sony has no choice but to offer other storefronts on the PlayStation console, yes, it's going to hurt their bottom line a lot, potentially. It's going to hurt them, but it's going to force them. And this is where I think the important part comes in. It's going to force them to adapt and to figure out a way, how do we make the PlayStation Store more enticing? So it's like, if we have Steam, and I mean, Steam's going to, I don't know what Sony would do there. I don't know. Like, I don't know how you're going to make Steam more enticing, but or PlayStation Store more enticing. But it's one of those things where they won't have a choice, and that's not going to be bad for us, right? Like I think it's okay to question why Sony's being sued. I think it's okay to ask, to just try to understand what's going on here. I think it's okay to be skeptical as well, because, there's always instances of lawyers just doing what they do and suing for everything. But there is actual logic here. There is actually, I would say, an outcome here potentially where it won't hurt PlayStation customers, dude. It would only help. It would only benefit them. And if it hurts Sony and their investors and their bottom line, again, it's like, well, we don't want to see them tank, but it's like, you got to work. You got to figure it out. You got to get better, right? You got to adapt. And every time we've seen Sony forced to adapt, it's only made them better. Like, it's only made PlayStation better. It's when they don't have to adapt and they start to get too complacent that you start to see like their gaze starts to turn more upwards towards the larger dollar signs. And there's no denying that. So this is definitely one of these things where it's like, I'm kind of rooting for, I'm rooting for them losing this, the compensation going out, and then potentially a domino effect thereafter. That's like, Sony, you got to really start improving the PlayStation Store like now. You got to really start improving the overall experience. You need to make a case. So here's the point. Sony needs to make a case for why you want to choose them over anybody else. And that case, the best way to make that case, starting now, but obviously if you're forced to, is, being more pro-consumer, being more consumer-oriented. PlayStation Pete with the $2 chat. Are you or anyone in your chat buying 007? Guys, who here's buying 007? I am going to play it eventually. I'm starting to realize that I'm going to be late to it because I'm still playing Soros. I've been having trouble gaming lately. I'm trying to get my game time in. I've had to shorten my sessions. I'm still playing Soros. I'm like 20, 21 hours into Soros now. I think I have like over half the trophies. So I'm just playing that. But 007 I want to play at some point for sure. I want to play Lego Batman too. That looks great. Moonshot, you're saying with a direct donation, don't like the sound of Sony changing the business model for PlayStation 6. Also, cutting RAM on PS6. Just delay the bloody thing. Oh, hold on. This is glitched out for me. Just delay the bloody thing. Next gen is not justified right now. Well, here's the problem with that. Well, a couple things. Number one, it's not confirmed that they're cutting the RAM. Just to be clear. The report, and this is why Sony, they're just too quiet for too long, dude. They let the rumors and the leaks dictate the headlines, and I have no choice but to submit to that because I need to be part of that. But the thing is, Kepler L2 said that Sony could, if they wanted to, as a way to reduce the cost, they could reduce the RAM from 32 gigabytes to 24. But there is no confirmation they're doing that. There's no word that they have done that or that they are going to do that. Sony officially said, we're working things out. We're doing simulations. That's what they're doing right now. Sony has terrible PR. It's genuinely bad. It is. It's awful. You guys remember like a week or two ago, I had like a whole crash out because I'm so sick and tired of how bad Sony's PR is. It's so bad that it's like almost baffling. Where I don't know why they're like this. And my only guess is it's because they're afraid. I'm going to be honest, man. Like, I think that's why you see Xbox, they don't give an F anymore, bro. That's the thing. Xbox, it like when they fell so low that it's like what we could just say whatever now. We're gonna get people hyped about a new logo or a new boot up for the Xbox. Hype. And it's like, go for it. Why not? Like, what do you have to lose? You don't have anything to lose. You're just rallying the fans. You're just talking to the fans that are left. And you're just trying to get people excited. Whether or not, it lives up in the end remains to be seen. But Sony just has this approach of like, say nothing, do nothing. And then even after that, continue to say nothing for an even longer period of time. And I'm like, what kind of strategy is that? I mean, I understand. Nicodemus, I did see that, yeah. I understand that from a public relations perspective, there is a certain benefit to going silent, to not saying anything. But I feel like it's worked against Sony so many times to where it's like you literally just have to say a sentence. You have to say a single sentence and everything's going to be great. And you won't do that. Why? Less pain today? I'm still in a tremendous amount of pain. And if I get ranty, dude, you'll know I'm in pain because I'll start getting ranty, dude. Like I am right now. Like I'm just not comfortable. But I'm more comfortable than I was standing, though, for like too long. Come on, MBG. Asha has transformed Xbox. Yes. Look, I'm not saying I want Sony to be corny and cheesy and like, like talk to the fans like we're special. I'm just saying like, do something, bro. What do? You don't do anything. You don't do anything. You don't do interviews. You don't give updates. You don't like, they communicate through the PlayStation blog and it's like, it's so inauthentic and sterile and bland. I'm going to read these super chats. I just want to say to Moonshot, though, before I continue on, I understand where you're coming from, where it's like, just delay the PlayStation 6 already, just delay it. I get that, but it's not going to happen. They're locked in. If they were to delay the PlayStation 6, it would mean canceling contracts. It would mean overhauling what the PlayStation 6 is. It would be trust me, that would be more disastrous than anything else. It may not seem like it, but I always made this argument, and I'll continue to make this argument, that if Sony has a bad launch with the PS6 and a bad first 2 years, they can do a soft relaunch and they can make a comeback that can be orchestrated. We saw that with the PS3. Obviously, they don't want that, but there's different ways they can approach it, thinking more long term. But if they cancel the release of the PS6 and delay it, that's going to spell doom for the brand, I think. Hold on one sec. Let me read these super chats. We have Ice Cold Cabbage with a £5 super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, Sony has a case in Holland. If they lose that and get referred to the DMA, they are in serious trouble and could be forced to open up. Well, surely they have a plan, right? Like they have devised some kind of break glass in case of emergency plan where it's like, we're being forced to open up. Here's what we're going to do now. Right? At least that's what you would assume. And Ice Cold Cabbage, you're saying Sony's head office got raided in Poland also? What? Whoa, wait, hold on. What? They were raided? What the hell? What is Sony doing over there? Sony Poland's HQ. Boss, why are you faced the wrong way? Ice Cold Cabbage, thank you for the super chats, buddy. And we also have Cheese and Chainsaws. He says, I forgot about the raid. Early 2025 reports suggested that Sony was restructuring its Polish operations and closing the physical PlayStation branch in Poland. Oh my God. I haven't heard anything about that, dude. I've heard nothing. Honestly, I don't get why MBG thinks he needs more than 24 gigabytes of RAM. I don't know. To be honest, Capono, I don't know. I see some people making arguments that 24 gigabytes is too much, or too little, and 32 gigabytes actually isn't necessary. I don't know. I see here that Moore's Law is Dead uploaded a video an hour ago. PlayStation exclusive Blitz. Exclusives. Please show us on the doll where Sony has hurt you. I mean, I got 64 gigs on my PC. So I'm good. I'm covered, bro. It's got to update. But all I got to do is upgrade my graphics card and I'm good. I don't need no PlayStation. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's better to future-proof your console. Well, I mean, if you're an enthusiast, if you're quiet, Titus, you already know. If you're somebody who is an enthusiast for the console, then, you know, I think you want 32 gigabytes of RAM. Let me finish this video, though. There's only like 1 more minute left.
With the hearing due to finish on Friday, we caught up with Alex for some last-minute thoughts.
I think we believe we've really presented compelling evidence that suggests that Sony is acting anti-competitively and has harmed consumers. And it's now over to the tribunal to make that decision.
So, Matt, how do you know if you're one of the gamers that are caught up in the lawsuit?
Well, big clue, you'll probably have a PlayStation. But there are other things involved as well. If you bought a digital game or in-game content from the PlayStation Store between as far back as August 2016 and February this year, you should automatically be included in the lawsuit unless you opted out before the 9th of March.
Gosh, it's a long time ago. But, you know, people would be really interested in the outcome of that hearing, won't they?
Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, do we have an idea of when we're going to find out about the outcome? All right, let me here. So, did we get the new GTA trailer yet? Still no? Let me go check. No, nothing yet. It's never coming. I have to sink in a little bit. Oh my God, dude. This pain is it's driving me nuts. Oh my God. We have another direct donation from Moonshot. He says, Doom for the brand is when the console first model fails. Have a look at Microsoft. We just disagree. We'll circle back to this if they do launch in 27. I mean, you're not wrong entirely, Moonshot. Like, I mean, we do disagree to an extent, but I guess, I don't know. I guess I just figure, like, the problem I think right now with PlayStation, with Sony and the PlayStation 6, I think the big problem is that there's no smooth path forward for them with their current business model. I think that there is a possibility that any option they choose, you want to launch it in 2027, you want to launch it at a slightly higher price point, you want to try to eat the cost, you want to delay it and launch it 2 or 3 years later. I think there's obviously a possibility with any of those options that they could ultimately find a similar level of success that they have found with the PS5 generation and the PS4 generation. But I really do think that no matter what Sony chooses, it's becoming kind of clear that the console business model, it's not, what's the best way to say this? It's more volatile and unstable than it's ever been. Because you're right. If you want to see like what happens when the console business model fails, you look at Xbox, you know? And I'm not saying that as taking a shot at them. It's just that's what happens is, you know, they have to basically start uprooting things and panicking and going in all these different directions to try to figure out like, how do we save this brand ultimately, you know? PlayStation is nowhere near that, but it doesn't mean that like when you look ahead, there aren't major, massive pitfalls. That's like you on the path you're on, you might not be able to avoid that one. And so I think it feels more kind of like chip damage ultimately, where just you keep hearing, and this is why it's just so confusing in my opinion. And I really think over the next, I know it's a long time, but over the next 2 years, we're going to know. Like, we're going to really have a very good idea where you look at Sony's latest earnings, and I keep trying to tell people, this isn't me being pro corpo Sony. It's not, because it's not that. It's just a matter of trying to gauge when the shift is coming. When is the rug being pulled? You know, when is the illusion going to dissipate? And I tell people like, bro, they just had record-breaking profits in their last fiscal year for PlayStation. And it's like, there's no emotion with that. I don't say that with any emotion. I say that coldly, robotically, that like, that's where we are. That's where PlayStation is. So it's what it really turns into is like our opinions of what Sony is doing now and what they should be doing in the next 6 months, in the next year, in the next 2 years are essentially irrelevant to Sony. I mean, it's not irrelevant to us. It's very relevant to us, so we can talk about it and discuss it. But to Sony, it's basically irrelevant because Sony, it's like, imagine if Sony did acknowledge all of this. It's like, all right, what's the problem here? Why are you guys so upset? What is wrong? Why are you so angry? Why is it every time we go check the internet, everybody is telling us how awful it is and how awful PlayStation is, the PS5 gen is terrible. It's like, everything we see here is telling us we're doing better than ever. We're doing literally better than we ever have. What else are we supposed to do? And that's where, you know, I think the truth of the matter is it is going to take something substantial to happen to really. It's not about like us getting Sony's attention. It's just about like Sony actually considering changing their course in a very significant manner, which, you know, they're not that stupid. The fact that they're acknowledging that we may have to change our business model. They didn't hint at what that looks like, at what that means. But the fact that they acknowledge that tells us that, okay, so you are aware that even though the going's good and, you know, you're breaking records, that, you know, that's, it doesn't mean it's just going to continue indefinitely, right? So what we now are in the position we're in and what we're doing as fans and pundits and all that and onlookers is trying to predict, like, what is it exactly that could happen and when? And that's what makes the launch of the upcoming PlayStation 6 so fascinating, because it's like, well, I mean, that could be the time. And Josh Z, thank you so much for a generous $20 super chat, my friend. I really do appreciate that. You're saying, I'll be honest, MBG, Sony is flat out the most frustrating company right now. They don't have a good release cadence with first party. They don't communicate with fans except PR speak on terrible decisions. Worse than PS3. Damn, bro. I mean, it's weird because I find myself half and half here, Josh, where it's like all the things you're saying, it's like, I can't deny that. Like, I agree with you to an extent, right? I think maybe the difference between us potentially is that, and I think that this is kind of the problem with being a fan of PlayStation in the year 2026, right? The problem with being and I mean an actual fan, and I'm not talking like a fan, like a crazed fanboy or something. I mean somebody like, let me use a different term here. Here's the problem with actually having enjoyed the PlayStation 5 generation to any extent. It's the fact that what all that seems to translate to is exactly what I just mentioned, which is, well, you're basically saying that Sony's approach is okay and does work because you just said that you enjoyed it. You enjoyed this or you enjoyed that, or at the very least, if you're not saying it, you're communicating it through your buying and your spending habits. But at the same time, like everything you just said, Josh, I wholeheartedly agree with, where it's like they are infuriating. They are infuriating if you're paying any attention. I mean, you're saying they don't have a good release cadence. I can't argue with that. I can't disagree with that. You know, I mean, look, all I can say to that, if I'm being completely fair, is they have altered the type of games that they release. Their cadence, I think, isn't that bad. I think it's that the type of games they're releasing, it makes it seem so much worse than it is, where it's like, all right, so we had Marathon in March, then we had Saros in April, then we're going to have Marvel Tokon in August. I almost said August, and then Wolverine in September. Like, ultimately, that's like, and then, you know, if you look at the God of War Sons of Sparta in February, it's like, when you look at it from that perspective, it's like, okay, the release cadence isn't that bad, but it's like when you zoom in and it's like, so how are we feeling about God of War Sons of Sparta? And ultimately it's like, I'm pretty sure most of you here right now forgot that game even released until I just mentioned it right now, right? What about Marathon? And like Marathon, it's not that these are bad games. They're not bad games. It's just they're not having the impact that Sony otherwise could have, the impact they could be making if they were focused on making different types of games that were not games like Marathon. You know, even Marvel Tokon, man, like I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And I played it. It's fun. It seems like it's going to be a great game. But it's like, you're saying I need to fast. It's the only thing that can heal nerve damage. Are you sure about that? Okay, if you're real quick, if that's true, how long should I fast for? Is it possible we're setting the bar too high? Well, I mean, look, even if you overlook the release cadence, right, where I think we're all kind of in agreement that from a first-party output, this generation could be better. It could have been better. There's just no denying that. It hasn't been all bad. It hasn't been all bad. But yeah, Josh, what you said about the communication, oh my God, don't even get me started on that, bro. I'm not asking Sony to treat us like you got to talk to us every day, bro. You got to be giving us a call and checking up on us. No, but it's like, it's fucking, I can't even, like, I can't even, for 2 months, I'm not fasting for 2 months, 40 days and nights. I mean, I'll be a different person. I'll be a different human being after that. I don't know if I could survive that. 16-hour fast daily. Less fluid in the brain. Have you tried switching the PC? It's likely to cure your pain. Well, that's the irony here, man. Is like I'm not having a bad time on PlayStation. I'm just having a bad time observing how Sony is going about their, not, I don't want to say just their business, but just their approach to everything that is the PlayStation brand, where it's like some of the things you get so right, but then these other things you get wrong. It's like they're so wrong. It's like, how? You know? Like, I feel like I'm like yelling at them. And as a fan, it's like, dude, I'm yelling at you as somebody who's enjoying the PlayStation. Like, there's just some very obvious things. But I mean, you know, I know that there are people who are enjoying it more than me, certainly. But I'm genuinely not interested in switching to PC. If I was, I would. If I was thinking about switching to PC and that's something I wanted to do, I would communicate that. I wouldn't hide that. You know, if anything, people would cheer that on. But I'm not gonna fake it. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna pretend like I'm ready to go. Like, if that day ever comes, you guys will know. You're saying a 7-day fast is a bare minimum with water and high quality electrolytes, dude. That's scary to me. I'm gonna be totally honest, dude. Like, that's scary to me because, dude, I think the most I've ever fasted is like a day. 7 days, I'm not gonna. I mean, I know I would survive, but it feels like in my mind like I'm gonna die. I don't know what it's like to go like 3 or 4 or 5 days without any kind, like, eating at all, you know. But I don't know, man. Maybe I should. I don't know. I don't know if I have the discipline. I don't know if I have the gumption. But I'd actually be really curious if like, what if it did work? What if, like, fasting actually, like, healed me really quickly? I know fasting's really good for you. I know it forces your body to, like, clean itself up. And you meant my neck pain. Oh. Top Shelf Gaming with a $10 super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says Sony's financial report was bad money, big loss on Bungie. First party, 5.8 million out of 92 million. I don't know what they're going to do, obviously. Exclusives don't sell consoles. They still are trying to get gamers to leave the PS4. Well, I mean, I do think that a part of what Sony's strategy with the console is what it always has been is, you know, when we talk about like a game like Soros, we were having this conversation about like, how's it selling? Is Housemarque in danger if it doesn't sell? I mean, I do think a lot of the time Sony views their first party games as, and they've talked about it this way too, numerous times, where it's like, these are supposed to be showpieces. Sony is always open about the importance of third party. In fact, when they talk about PlayStation as a brand, they usually talk about it more so from like a third party standpoint, where it's like, yeah, we're like a third party box, man. Like, that's, and of course they do, because that's where the vast majority of their money's made. But like, I don't know, man. It's like, when they come out and they talk about their first party games being like showpieces, it's supposed to be a kind of shining beacon to make the console stand out, to entice you, even like, but I get, it's like, I get that things have not seemed great for Sony's first party, you know, recently, where it's like, again, God of War, Sons of Sparta, Marathon, and even Soros. Like, Soros is incredible in my opinion. I mean, dude, this game's awesome. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I mean that. Like, it's a really fun game and really well made. But I understand and accept that none of these games, especially something like Marathon and God of War, Sons of Sparta, like, these are not moving your console. You know what I mean? Like, these are not, maybe Soros moves a few, maybe. But that's where it's like, okay, so what is Sony bank? Obviously, Sony's banking on Wolverine. And that's where it's like, I don't think it is rational. No matter, and I'm speaking objectively here. Obviously, I have geez, does it seem like I have a bias here? I'm going to speak unbiased, I think, and I'm going to speak just rationally based on pure logic. I don't think some of the people who are evaluating the state of PlayStation right now and trying to gauge like where. Hey, whoa, hold on. Why me? I'm saying Sony says that. but are they wrong though? Get the hell out of here. Stop busting my balls. Anyway, I don't think enough people truly understand that a game like Wolverine, I don't know how many units it's going to sell. Okay? But if I were to give the best possible, most accurate prediction I could, I'm going to say at least 7 to 8 million. Probably 10. I'm saying between 7 and 10 million. I think 10 million is doable. Not at once, but like over like a year and a half, maybe 2 years. I don't think people understand, like, that's a big deal. Like, that's a really big deal. That's not, like, that's a big enough deal to make up for Soros actually not doing well. Say, like, if it didn't do well sales-wise. I don't know that that's enough to make up for Bungie, though. That's another story. But it's enough to kind of like, okay, like, Marathon dumped in the bed, whatever, lost this money. God of War Sons of Sparta didn't really catch fire. It's like, what did you have that worked? You had Wolverine. And the thing is, Wolverine, if it is what it's supposed to be, it's not just going to be like an undercooked, underbaked, bleh, like it just it shouldn't be some kind of overhyped, like it's not actually that good, it's not actually that fun. It should be like, no, this is one of the better games that has come out in the year 2026 alongside so many others. But Sony will be able, I guess I'm just trying to say that, would it be ideal if every single one of Sony's releases could do that like 4 to 5 times a year? Yes, obviously. I think we all would agree with that. But I guess where I just find myself even talking like this is because I question why it is people don't acknowledge the importance of something like that. Well, that's true too. The budget is so high that the pressure there is it has to be a high performer. And it can be a problem. Absolutely. Where I think I think we can all agree Wolverine's safe. Like if Wolverine was a $300 million game, I think it's going to be okay. I think Sony would not want Wolverine to be a $300 million game because it's like, holy shit, we don't want to spend that much. They didn't even want to spend that much for Spider-Man 2. But I think it would be like safe to say that it's going to be good. Good enough to make the money back, make a decent profit, and justify itself, certainly. But I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to highlight that there are things that Sony is doing wrong that if they don't correct it going into the next generation, it's going to catch up with them. Because yes, all it takes is a game with Wolverine's budget or a game with Intergalactic's budget failing to perform. And then you have other games around that are maybe starting to not, that are lower budgets, smaller games or live service games, and they're not cutting it. It's like, it's going to catch up with you. You have to, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say like Sony just has to make the same type of game. I'm not saying that. But it's just that they have to understand by now that, frankly, I think like the time for any type of radical experimentation is kind of over. And in order to smoothly, as smoothly as you possibly can, again, it's going to be bumpy no matter what, but to try to smooth it out as much as you can going into next gen, you got to just understand, like, there's a reason why Sony is out here telling their investors, like, we're basically relying on Wolverine and Soros to make us money with our first party for the remainder of the year. And we expect to make more money than we did last year, which is good. But it's like, gee, I wonder where the bulk of that money's coming from. I mean, it's coming from Wolverine, you know? And it's like, Sony's not wrong. Like, you weren't wrong for doubling down on some of these bigger budget experiences, but you just, I don't know. It's an interesting timeline to think. Imagine Sony didn't go all in with live service. Imagine Marvel ToeCon didn't exist. Marathon maybe did exist, but has nothing to do with Sony. And instead, it's like, well, you're getting Soros, you're getting Wolverine, and imagine there was like a second massive AAA big budget single player game where Sony would be able to come out and basically put that game in place of Marathon. I don't know, like, let's just say Days Gone fucking 2. Let's just say Sony was like, you're making Days Gone 2, you sons of bitches. And imagine we get a Days Gone 2 release in March, and then a Soros release. No, Soros releases in March. Days Gone 2 releases in like June or July, and then Wolverine in September. It's like, I know that's technically less games, but it's like, that's better. That's better. That's better than what we currently have. Because even though somebody might say, well, that's just one more game, dude. It's, again, that's where the quality over quantity, I think it really shines in that regard, where it's like, imagine, like, I'm just going to say, like, how many PlayStation players would feel better about that lineup? That's all Sony has this year from their own studios. I'm not counting like Phantom Blade Zero or like timed exclusives. Their own studios. Soros, Days Gone 2, and Wolverine. I'll tell you what, I'm going to say like 99%. All right, not 99. But like at least 80% of the more hardcore PlayStation fans would be like, take Marathon. I would trade Marathon and Marvel ToeCon for Days Gone 2 in a heartbeat, bro. I think most PlayStation fans would do that. And they would be celebrating it because it's like another big tentpole single player game. Now you're getting 2 tentpole single player games and like one, double A, high double A. What was that? Okay, hold on. A cat just did something. What was that? Okay, I don't know. Oh, fuck. No, I know, Titus. I know, Titus. I guess I don't know. You can tell when I'm saying this. I don't know what that noise was, but I don't know what the hell one of the cats did. I couldn't find it. What I'm trying to say is that I feel like I just can't help but think about like the PS4 generation and how Sony was in this position where like, this is perfect. Like, this is perfect. You know? We're like, I don't think you need to do anything more. I think about like 2018. What I want you in the chat. Listen. Chat in the chat. Oh, I'm sorry. Cheese and Chainsaws. By the way, dude, I missed your super chat. I was so engrossed in my own. Hold on. Cheese and Chainsaws, thank you for the £5 super chat. You're saying, wonder if Rockstar will alter gameplay for online. Single player will be grounded, but Fortnite style players is what they want. So more of an arcade / fast GP for online. I don't know. I mean, like, I want to say they probably won't do that. Because I don't know. It's just hard for me to imagine them altering the actual gameplay mechanics to such a degree, like the physics and stuff like that. But you're not wrong. Maybe they'll give players that level of fine-tuned control. You know, maybe they could do something like that, where when you're making custom servers or game modes, you can actually tune the physics. I don't know. It's a good question though, because they do want the Fortnite players and the Roblox players. And Top Shelf Gaming with the super chat saying Sony sells more 10 plus million for Wolverine, more than 10 plus million with Wolverine with PC ports. I mean, yeah, they would. I think. I mean, if Wolverine launched day one on PC, I don't care what anybody says, that game's going to sell more. Day one. I mean, if you delay it, I don't think it'll do shit. But it's like, if the bulk of the sales for Wolverine are going to come from PlayStation 5. I think on PlayStation 5 alone, Wolverine can achieve 10 million. I think if you launch that game day one on PC as well, you get to that 10 million plus quicker. But again, I think that's where Sony, I think what's more important to Sony at this point is like, well, we already know we're going to sell a lot of copies of this game on PS5. So we want to also make sure it can sell some consoles too. And Cheese and Chainsaws with another super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, gamers are now used to quicker gameplay online. GTA games are notoriously very slow and terrible for shooting. I can see them altering it enough. I would not be opposed to that either. Like, I talked about this before, how when I tried to play GTA Online, I did kind of feel like, dude, there is, I don't know, there's something not quite keeping pace here, where the driving felt great, you know, the sandbox nature felt great, but like, yeah, when it came to actual like trying to take the shooting mechanics seriously and engage with like more deathmatch or team deathmatch type gameplay, it didn't feel like I watched a video. God, this must have been like a month ago or something, when we were like looking over the role playing servers. Later that day, I watched this video of like, I guess they had these in-universe, they're like these role playing where you're part of a gang and they're having like a shootout, and I'm like, yeah, that's GTA 5 shooting, all right. Like, it doesn't feel. I do wonder how they would alter that though, or how they would present that. I'm not opposed to it. I'd like to see that. Something like Red Dead Redemption Online probably needed that. And Chris Brown with a $5 chat says, not you, MBG, but do some of you genuinely not play games? Third party's always been the main way to play. I love first party, but is that all you play? Oh, hold on. I mean, I think it's fair to ask that. You know, some people I think do make it seem like all they play is like first party. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. If you only play first party for PlayStation, you're definitely like, you're going to feel like, wow, this is not enough. Right? I don't know that there is anybody. I said a moment ago, I'm sure there are, but now that I think about it, it's like, I don't know that there's anybody who just plays first party. Because, I mean, in all seriousness, like, how could you? Like, how could you? And by that, I mean, like, literally, that's all you're, like, you don't play on PC, you don't play on Xbox, you don't play on Nintendo. Like, you literally just, I only bought a PlayStation to just play PlayStation games. Maybe that does exist, but that, to me, that would be rough. You know, that would be like, ooh. I feel like it's pretty much impossible, right? Like, if you buy a PlayStation, you're gonna play something else too. How could you not? Here comes Papa. You see him? By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream as we continue our conversation here, make sure you hit that like button. It helps a lot. I also have another super chat from Fungalux. I'm saying that correctly. I don't like saying that. Something about that sounds wrong. You're saying PS4 generation wasn't much better, man. I was there. PS4 had its fair share of failed live services as well. And the golden years of PS4 were 2 to 3 games a year, some of them second party. Well, let me ask you this. And I'm glad you said that, because I just want to gauge the chat here. Where's Papa? He just kind of like slid in and walked this way. And then, oh God. Papa, come on. Come in here, bro. He might go in. And Shadowlink, thank you so much, man. Shadowlink comes in. He drops 20 member gifts. There he is. You see him? Oh. This right here is his favorite spot. I wonder if he's going to come chill. You see him back there? He's like, what's up? Shadowlink, thank you so much for dropping 20 member gifts, by the way, man. Really, really appreciate that, bro. Papa seems like he can't decide what he wants to do, though.
Holy
He rips open the 20-pack. W's in the chat for Shadowlink, and that crushes our goal, guys. We'll see if we can hit a second goal before the end of today. I don't know, dude. I might try this fasting thing. I don't know if I can go 7 days, though. I might try it just to see what happens. God, I like eating so much, though, man. Like, what am I gonna do? I feel like I'm not gonna be able to do it. I'm gonna be a bitch. Like, I'm gonna tell myself, like, I ain't gonna eat, and I like won't eat for breakfast. I'll skip lunch, but then by dinner, it's like I'm gonna eat. Maybe instead of fasting, maybe I could do like an elimination diet. Maybe I could just eat meat. I could go the full carnivore. Here we go.
Boast, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
Look at how excited he's getting. Oh my God. What's happening? Treats. MBG, it's not a cold turkey thing. You have to work up to it. Also, just change your diet little by little before you do it. Make it easier. Yeah. I feel like if I tried to just go cold turkey or just like dive in. Here you go, man. Yeah, if I tried to just dive headfirst into it, I think I would, I mean, I know I would fail. I hate to say that, but it's just like, I know I would. I'm too, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I do eat a really high carb diet, dude, and I eat too much sugar. And I don't know, like, I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, like, what have I done to my body that's that's rendered me like this, where it's like, I didn't injure myself as far as I'm aware. Like, unless I slept with my neck, like, literally practically snapping. I was just thinking about that. I'm like, well, my diet is fucking trash. My diet is trash, garbage, dumpster juice, bro. And it just makes me wonder, like, how much of it is like, yeah, and that's why this happened. Like, your diet, like, weakened your joints and your bones or something. I don't know. I mean, I was also looking into it. Little side path just for a second here, and we'll get back to the gaming talk. I was researching, like, can you, like, herniate a disc in your vertebrae by getting sick, like something viral? And the reason why I was looking that up is because I couldn't help but notice that this happened to me like about 2.5 weeks ago. And me and my family, we've been sick for like 2.5 weeks, where it's like something was brought home, everybody's sick, getting this pain in my neck, slowly growing, slowly getting worse. I'm like, okay, well, whatever, just have a stiff neck and we have a cold. It'll get better in like a week. A week goes by, pain in the neck is even worse, and I'm not better. Like, I'm still sick. 2 weeks go by, and it's not just me that's still sick. Other family members are still sick too. But my neck pain gets to this point. Now I don't feel sick anymore, but it was up until just like a night or two ago where, like, I was still coughing and hacking up like bright green phlegm, where I'm like, okay, I clearly still had my body was clearly still fighting something. And after looking into it, it's apparently the evidence is not conclusive, but there is apparently some evidence that suggests if you have, like, there's a link between HSV1, which I think a lot of people have. Like, that's like an extremely common like herpes strain. It's like herpes, but that's what it is. But it's HSV1. There's apparently like a link between that and actually having like it weakens your discs and like can cause them to kind of get, I don't say infected, but like basically a massive flare up that can cause a sudden herniation. So I don't know. This is just how my mind works, where I'm like, this is fucking weird, bro. Like, I didn't hurt myself lifting. I didn't get in some kind of accident. My posture isn't that bad, okay? I'm just old. That's what it is. American food is the worst on earth, but tasty, but diabolical. I hate to say it. It's fucked up. It's just totally fucked up, man. It's really bad. It's so bad. Like, this stuff, some of this stuff that I eat, I'm like, this tastes so good. And I go look at the ingredients and it's like, there's 50 fucking ingredients in here. And like half of them are chemicals. What is that? Sorry. It's true. It's totally true. It's scary, dude. It's scary. And you know what? Half the stuff that they put in it, I think it is designed to get you addicted. It's designed to get you addicted. Like, bro, eat a Dorito. Eat a fucking Dorito. And then eat a regular tortilla chip. Something unholy's going on there. Like, they're sprinkling drugs. That's what it is. It's like, we're going to sprinkle drugs on our tortilla chips. It's that MSG, man. It's crack. There's crack in all of it. That's why you make your own food. Yeah. Mrs. MBG does cook, and she's a good cook. She made chicken fajitas last night. That was good. That was some good stuff right there. But, I don't know. I feel like as I get older, I'm truly becoming that lazy American, man. Where it's just like, I'm getting too, you start to fall into that kind of, you just get so used to, but you're just addicted to, like, yeah, this is what I eat. And then when you go to try to eat something better, you're like, what? This tastes bland. And we, oh man, no, I'm on all messages. Sir Digital Dude with the $2 chat. He says, MBG's in their early stages of demonic possession. Don't even joke about that, bro. I was thinking that. You know, I watched this video. You know what? Hold on. We're gonna take a look. We're going on a side quest now. See what you did, digital dude? See what you did? We're going on a side quest. Safer to grow food in Chernobyl than eat American food. We're not watching this whole thing. I just gotta show, because you just, digital dude, for some reason, you just set something off in my mind where I'm like, holy shit. Let me see if I can find it. I don't have it saved. Let's see. All right. All right, how would I look for this video? Fuck. You know what? I can find it. I have to show you this because this is crazy. This is actually crazy. And there's a fucking gnat in here. I got to go back. I sent this video to my friend. I think like 2 weeks ago. You might be on to something, digital dude. How long ago was this? Wow, okay, this is a bit further back than... Still going back. Yes, here it is. Oh boy. Okay, so this... I found this video on April 30th. April 30th. And the title of this video, I'm not even going to tell you the title. It's so crazy. Here we go. And it's not even the first video that shows up. Are you kidding me? Hold on. I'm sorry. Sorry it's taking so long. This is going to be a longer side quest. This is some like BS AI channel that I can't find. You got to be kidding me. Here we go. I found it. They deleted their video? What the fuck? Hold on. Now I'm getting freaked out. They deleted the video. No, they didn't delete it because I still have it right here. Digital dude, what did you do to me, man? What did you do? Hold on, I'm just getting annoyed now because I just wanted to show you guys something, and for some reason it's turning into a whole project. It shouldn't be. Now I feel like I'm going crazy. It's like, I know this video is real. I know I watched it. I know I'm not insane. So here. Petrov, a member for 10 months, you're saying, hope your pain will go away and eat less fat and sugar and more fiber. I need more fiber so I can dump more. All right. I finally found it. And I sent it to myself, so I'm gonna... All right, here we go. We're not watching this whole thing. This video is way too long, but you need to... You'll see where I'm going with this. You'll see where I'm going with this, okay? What if you are the video? Dude, I'm like having a meltdown because I'm like, I know this video exists. I'm not crazy. Once you see what the video is, you'll know why I'm emphasizing that so much. I'm not crazy. Okay. Here we go. All right. So the importance of this video. We ain't getting GTA 6 trailer number 3. Instead, you're going to get MBG Meltdown number 3728. On April 30th, I'm sitting on the toilet. As one does, with their phone in hand. It is 11:30 at night. Why am I sitting on the toilet at 11:30 at night? I don't know. It's that American diet, bro. It's all that fiber. Or that lack of fiber. I'm having quite the experience, you know? Wait, imagine just jumping up out of bed, being like, I gotta go use the bathroom. So I'm sitting there. And this is one of those times where, you know, I stumble upon a video and I'm like, whatever, bro, I'll just click it because I don't know what's going on right now. And let's just see what happens. And I'm just sitting here on the toilet. This is the video I come across, okay? We're not watching the whole thing, but imagine this mind-opening experience while one just sits on the toilet.
Sudden drop in energy you felt at 3 o'clock this afternoon was not a biological slump. It was a harvest. Right now, there is a high probability that an inorganic intelligence is tethered to your lower chakras, feeding on your frustration. The Gnostics warned us about this 2,000 years ago in the Nag Hammadi texts, but we dismissed it as mythology. It is not mythology. It is predation. If you click away, you remain a fuel source. You continue to feed a system designed to keep you exhausted, confused, and docile. But if you stay for these 30 minutes, I am going to hand you the keys to your own psychological...
Now listen, I'm not watching this shit again. All right? But I'm showing you this because there is... No, we are not going to watch... Listen, this is Bill Gates nanoparticles. If you want to understand PlayStation, okay? No, so this video claims that there is something called an Archon, okay? And these Archons are, they attach to you. Do you know how it, but this is why Digital Dude sent me down this path, because I forgot I watched this video 2.5 weeks ago. How long has my neck been fucked up? My neck's been fucked up for like going on 2.5, almost 3 weeks. In this video, I don't even think it's a person, it's AI, clearly. They claim that these Archons attach to you through your neck. So, I just cursed all of you. This is clickbait for the conspiracy YouTube grind. There's millions of them. I know, dude, trust me, I know. It's total nonsense. But it's just so funny to me where phantom cortisol spikes. Hold on, where is it? False. Oh my God, the proxy attack. The solar plexus.
Sign number 6 is the physical anchor, the solar plexus knot. This is the sensation of a tight, cold knot right below your rib cage. It feels like fear, but there is nothing to be afraid of. You can breathe deep, you can stretch, but the knot does not loosen. This is the primary feeding tube. The solar plexus is your power center. It is where your will is generated. They attach here to siphon your ambition. If you have this chronic knot, you often feel a sense of dread or nausea in the mornings. This is the physical evidence of the parasite, but the damage to your will leads to the final and most dangerous sign. Sign number 7 is spiritual apathy. This is the
Sign number 7. You a bitch. The video is pretty dumb. But I just, dude, Digital, you freaked me out so much because I had forgotten that I watched this video, and it was so funny to me how, like, I have this neck problem that basically started to occur almost around the exact same time. And this video is it's like some Matrix level shit where it's like they attach to the back of your spinal cord and they're invisible inorganic beings or some shit. Cheese and Chainsaws knows about he called it though. It's it's that YouTube conspiracy clickbait grind. It's so crazy, man, to see the stuff that people put out these days. Anyway, I'm sorry. I wasted so much time just trying to find that. I had to do that for me a little bit, though, because I had to make sure I wasn't crazy and didn't hallucinate that whole thing. And the fact that the video wasn't showing up anymore kind of freaked me out and made me think, uh-oh. All right. Kane Z7, you're saying, I came back to the stream and see keys to the prison. MBG, are you watching Jailbait? This was made by someone in Southeast Asia. Oh, my God. You feel that long time anhedonia, that low-key despair. Here's what it is. You know what's funny, though? Like, I will say this. I watched that entire video, and videos like that that's just one of millions and millions and millions. They're not necessarily all that bad. Because at the end, it's like, okay, what do you want me to buy? What do you want me to do? They don't want you to do anything. They're just getting you to watch the video. And they, like, at the end of that video, it's like, recite this with me. And you're just like, they want you to say shit out loud. And I'm like, this is bad because it makes vulnerable, like, it's basically preying on vulnerable people where it's like, I mean, you can believe whatever you want, but some people are going to go nuts thinking this is real. Like, somebody's going to walk away from this video believing there's, like, an invisible parasite actually attached to their body, making them feel all the things they feel. It's like it's all true. All right. I'm sorry you guys had to see that. Is GTA 6 trailer number 3 out yet? Are we there yet? Hold on. I am checking to see if anything else has popped up. No. Nope. Dude, you're telling me that this is all just going to be for nothing. Oh, here we go. Fans still debating Red Dead Redemption 2 versus God of War Game of the Year 8 years later. I mean, yeah, that was pretty crazy. I'm not going to lie. There's Demodex living arachnids who live and mate on our faces. Got them Demodex living arachnids fucking on my face. Oh, okay. Kane Z7, thank you for the super chat, my friend. You're saying, MBG, some people even believe in flat earth or that Asha Sharma will save Xbox. So yes, there's a lot of gullible people around. Yeah, I mean, for as bad as that was, that I just, what I was just showing you, pales in comparison to those who believe Asha Sharma is going to save Xbox, right? We actually are going to talk about that in a little bit. There's a situation going down with Forza Horizon 6 that we need to talk about. There's nothing we can do about it, bro. 99% of it is BS, but every now and then, people through their own actions open themselves up to lower entities. I've had my own experiences, but Let's see. Over on Twitter. In December of 2018, God of War won Game of the Year at the Game Awards along with Best Game Direction and Best Action Adventure, while Red Dead Redemption 2 claimed Best Narrative, Best Score and Music, Best Audio Design, and Best Performance for Roger Clark as Arthur Morgan. Red Dead Redemption 2 enthusiasts praise its vast landscapes, emotional depth, and realistic world building, arguing it deserved the top prize over God of War's combat and one-shot storytelling. God of War supporters highlight its innovative gameplay and heartfelt father-son journey as the complete package that awards recognize. The ongoing divide shows gaming's subjective heart, with both titles setting benchmarks in their genres. And, God, man, I don't know. I want to ask you guys, I mean, it's random that this is trending, but do you look back at this and agree that God of War was the more deserving game for Game of the Year? Read about slopism? What is slopism? Nicodemus, stop! Stop hurting me. You absolutely loved both games. You think Red Dead Redemption 2 should have won. Well, I remember when God of War 2018 won, I made this video that I actually still get comments on sometimes. I get comments on this video that I put out in 2018 where I talked about, I think I titled it like, "This is why God of War won Game of the Year over Red Dead Redemption 2." And I don't remember a single thing I said in that video, man. I'm not going to lie. But it's funny because, like, I still do, I don't know, I still think God of War was the better game overall. I mean, I don't know. That's so tough because Red Dead Redemption 2, I think what made me like God of War more was because in Red Dead 2, by the time you get to like the 70th hour, it's like 70 hours to beat the game. There's some aspects of that game that are so drawn out and so methodical and slow, and you know, it's intentionally slower paced. Where I think Red Dead Redemption 2 ultimately has some pacing issues. However, I didn't see that as a bad thing. I did like some of the slower aspects of Red Dead 2. I guess when I evaluated it, to me, it made sense that more people, generally speaking, are probably going to have an easier time digesting the overall package that is God of War 2018. I did also have complaints about some of Red Dead Redemption 2's combat as well. I do think the combat in God of War was more enjoyable overall. But Red Dead Redemption 2, I mean, dude, that game could have won Game of the Year and it would have been absolutely deserving. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Red Dead Redemption 2 sold over 82 million. Rockstar considers that a win. Yeah, I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2, every time we get a sales update for that game, I'm like shocked. It's like, wow, okay. Like there's GTA, but then there's Red Dead. And like those are the two staple franchises for Rockstar. So Red Dead has absolutely carved out its own, you know, its own level of success that 90% of games will not be able to replicate. Brandon is thanking Shadowlink for the gifted membership. You're going to watch The Punisher? I don't know. I haven't been watching much of anything recently. You know, me and Mrs. MBG been watching some Married with Children at night. Red Dead Redemption 2 pacing issues? More like your adrenaline glands are cooked. Well, again, I didn't see them as... Maybe the term pacing issue is the wrong term to use. I think it's more along the lines of it played differently than I think a lot of other games do. And it was off-putting, I think, for a lot of people. Or it was difficult for them to get adjusted to. You know? Where I found myself actually enjoying a lot of the slower moments in Red Dead 2. But there's just, I guess, no denying that when I think back on it, it is such a long journey of a game, you know, and it kind of forces you to play on its terms, which I respect that. I respect the hell out of Red Dead 2. I still say that Red Dead 2, it doesn't have, I still don't think there's a game that matches it. I think GTA 6 will be the next game that matches it with everything it did. MBG, are you excited for GTA 6? Like, really excited? Yes, I am. Yeah. I'm very, very, very excited for GTA 6. It's my most anticipated game. Wolverine is right below it. But yeah, GTA 6 is like my number one. Wolverine is the difference between GTA 6 and Wolverine is like with GTA 6, there's something unexpected there for me. Like, I think there's something with GTA 6 that when I experience it, it's going to evoke a feeling that only that game can evoke. And I'll only be able to feel it that one time when I play it for the first time ever. Wolverine, I think, will evoke many great feelings, but I don't necessarily know that I'm I'm not putting that type of pressure on Wolverine. Like, I don't expect to play the first 2 hours of Wolverine and be like, I can't even process what I just experienced. You know what I mean? But that's not to say it won't be amazing. I need a GTA 6 poster. I do. Maybe I should get a small one. Or maybe like a small disc plate or something and put it there. Rockstar's formula simply doesn't charm you anymore. I mean, they have had a very specific formula with GTA, with Red Dead. That formula kind of hasn't changed, and I'm not expecting that formula to change with GTA 6, but I am curious to see how they may refine that formula. Because I do think it does need, like, if the last game we got was Red Dead Redemption 2 in 2018, then yeah, I do think that's plenty of time. It's almost a decade for them to refine that even further and make improvements that I think are going to be necessary to differentiate, not differentiate, but to, if everything else about GTA 6 is going to be so elevated, it can't be held back by outdated game design. I do think there are elements of Red Dead 2 that are slightly outdated, but that can be said about almost all games, and that's kind of the problem with that, but I don't know. We'll see what they maybe decided to change. Guys, it's looking like we're not getting a GTA 6 trailer today. It's 2 p.m. and the Game Informer reveal was not for GTA. The Game Informer reveal was for what was it? Blood of Dawnwalker. Push Square says, you've got to respect Game Informer's hustle here. The print magazine made a big song and dance about its latest issue's cover reveal, and somehow it got caught up in the latest GTA 6 rumors. In the defense of the magazine, it never promised it'd have news on Rockstar's game, but with fans expecting an update on the open world game today, that being May 12th, its monthly cover reveal got inexplicitly sucked into the hype typhoon. Well, the cover is Blood of Dawnwalker, and oh my god. Oh man, dude, there's a screenshot of Game Informer's live stream. They had over 8,700 people watching, and everybody in the chat was typing L. The issue itself will feature 16 pages on Blood of the Dawnwalker, including a trip to the studio in Warsaw. No mention of GTA 6 whatsoever. Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything today. My God, man. Why does this keep happening? Why do I keep falling for this, man? I don't know. I thought this was it. This seemed like it was it. I still think GTA could show up at State of Play. Perfect Image, you're saying, remember I said May, June. Well, now I'm even more convinced that we could see trailer number 3 at State of Play. We did get confirmation that Sony has the marketing rights to GTA 6. And we're going to have to get an update this month. The reason I say that is because Take-Two's earnings call is this month. Their earnings are being reported, I think, on May 21st. So if that's something that is going to happen, and the way Rockstar and Take-Two Interactive have always done it is they always have a new trailer around the time of their earnings, with the release year, that is, whatever year that game launches in, they always have it around their earnings. May 21st is, let's face it, that's around the time people are thinking a State of Play might happen. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's hopium on my part, but we got to hear something, dude. This is crazy. I mean, what does the GTA 6 subreddit look like right now? Let me go check. It's got to be Meltdown City over there. Thank you for nothing. Oh man, it's bad. First post in, it's bad. GTA 6 subreddit, thank you for nothing. With a screenshot of Rockstar Games posting on their official Twitter account, saddle up and ride out in Red Dead Online. Races, galloping. Oh man. Same time next week. More like tomorrow. And then get mad at Rockstar because of the false scenario we made up in our minds. Well, I mean, yeah, dude. We just keep playing ourselves like fiddles here. We are officially going 365 days without any new information on GTA 6. Wow. It has been over a year. That's crazy. I'm tired, boss. I fell for it again. Award. All right. Well, I guess it's over. Maybe, yeah. So I think the conclusion here is we collectively, not just me, I'm certainly not the only one. Every person should stop trying to predict when we're going to see GTA 6 again. In fact, you know what we should do? I have a better idea. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to assume that I'm not going to see GTA 6 again until I buy the game and play it. That's when I'll see GTA 6 again. Officially. Kane Z7 says, can we say that they were abandoned? RTE by Rockstar? I mean, here's the difference. It's harder to get upset at people for building up interest and excitement for a GTA 6 trailer or reveal of some kind because it is real. It's a real game. We've seen it. We've gotten trailers. We've gotten screenshots. We haven't seen gameplay yet. And, it is kind of strange, to be honest. Like, with a game as big as GTA 6, it is kind of strange that we haven't gotten more marketing, more communication, just more anything. There ain't no way Sean is in the chat being like, so is Abandoned. MBG, what are you talking about? Are you really out here trying to insinuate that Abandoned ain't a real game? And that we haven't seen it? I've seen it. Yeah, well, I don't know. 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 I mean, I can't say I'm that disappointed because truthfully, I don't know that I was really expecting anything. I mean, if you go back to my last stream, I was saying I think we should buckle up. It seems like it's time, but at the same time, like, I didn't say it with enthusiasm because I'm like, or not. I'm not upset, and you shouldn't be either. It's all made up. Where's the MBG clown? Wait, the clown one isn't there anymore? Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm going to have to do something about that. Cheese and Chainsaws with the super chat. Thank you, buddy. You're saying mixtape drama is fun. Indie game funded by third richest man in US's daughter. How else they pay for music? Reviewers/streamers gifted packages worth money. And then you're saying Rockstar always do this. Check their release record. Do they? No, you're probably right. You're probably right. I guess it feels different because GTA 6 feels so much bigger than anything they've ever done. Dude, the mixtape drama is, I don't know, man. Like, okay, so I actually did see more of this mixtape drama pop up for me, and it seems like one of the biggest controversies around it right now is people claiming that, like, you don't actually play the game. You know? People are saying it's just an interactive movie. It's barely interactive. Like, you don't even really interact. And I've seen people criticize the writing. I saw a tweet, even though I don't follow him, but Asmongold's tweet popped up, and he was, what was the game he mentioned? He referenced a game that he thought was good, but then he basically went on to say Mixtape just feels like millennial slop. Even Luke Stevens got pure negative comments on his short pushing it. He didn't even look enthusiastic. I mean, it's so fascinating to me. Like, this game, the reason why this game Mixtape fascinates me is because to me, there doesn't seem to be anything even remotely special about it. And it does seem like maybe that is where the controversy kind of stems from, is that there's a lot of reviewers and a lot of even like respected review, like independent reviewers that are like praising this game and saying this game is amazing. Millennial slop. We're just making shit up now. But there seems to be this major disconnect where, like, there's so much pushback against it from so many players being like, this game is not even remotely close to being amazing or close to being some kind of 10 out of 10 masterpiece. And I'm going to be honest, man, like, for the little that I've looked into here, like, I've watched a little bit of gameplay. I've seen clips pop up. I am a little confused myself where I'm like, it doesn't look bad to me. That's the thing. Like, I'm not like, oh my God, this looks fucking terrible. But I'm looking at it and I'm like, but what's so good about it? Asmongold played through the whole game on his stream to show how bad it was. He didn't know when he was playing or not. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's rage bait. It makes me want to try to play it myself and see how I feel about it. But do I really want to do that when I'm trying to get through Saros? Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying it's an industry plant if you like conspiracies, LOL. But an industry plant for what, though? This is where I'm just, I don't know. It's weird to me. Here, let me why is the game Mixtape considered controversial? Let's see. AI says the controversy surrounding the narrative game Mixtape stems from a significant disconnect between critical acclaim and player reception, primarily centered on its minimalist gameplay and high review scores. So I was right to an extent. So apparently that is what's causing it. Gameplay versus narrative. The critics and players are divided over whether Mixtape qualifies as a real video game. Some sequences allow the character to move and complete objects even if their player does not touch the controller. Wait, what? You didn't have to touch the controller? It's great because it's directed very well. All right. I'm looking now. Mixtape game. Oh, we got a Endymion up here. And Endymion, Mixtape just set off a chain reaction that nobody can stop. Oh, I'm so tempted. Stop with the clickbait. Stop with the... Even if it's not clickbait, stop with the fear bait. What do you mean nobody can stop? What can't we stop, bro? What is so bad about this game? Oh my God. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying for awards and pushing narratives. God damn it. Higher score than Days Gone. You know what? Now I'm taking it personally. Yeah, now I'm taking it personally. I'm trying to find a video to watch on this game to help. Mixtape is nostalgia for failures? Wait, what? Oh, okay. Real life fake wizard.
Hello, I'm the real life fake wizard.
Okay, Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on, dude? Like, am I doing YouTube totally fucking wrong or what? I never heard of this guy. I wasn't expecting this guy to literally be dressed like a fucking wizard, dude. Hold on. What is happening? What fucking timeline am I in? This is video games and video game criticism in the year 2026. Hold on, I want to see this. I'm actually genuinely curious though, because like what the fuck is going on here? You know what though? He's awesome. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying a YouTuber put out a vid of the package they got. Which YouTuber? I'll check that out too. They got a package. Did it come with the Project Helix t-shirt? He's legit, bro. All right, I'll give it a chance. I don't know that I'm going to watch the whole thing. It's 20 minutes, jeez.
Hello, I'm the real life fake wizard. Somewhere right now, a 38-year-old man is crying on his couch. He just finished a 3-hour video game.
Whoa, 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 whoa. It's because I'm on a couch? I ain't 38, I'm 32, bro. I feel personally attacked. How does this man open up his video like that? Video game nerd's been dressing up for videos since YouTube started. That's true. It's just so funny because like when I read the name Real Life Fake Wizard, I wasn't actually expecting this dude to be dressed like a wizard. Maybe that's what I need to do. I mean, I tried to do that with Johnny P, but I don't know. This fake wizard. Somewhere, a 32-year-old bald man is crying on his sofa.
Game about teenagers shoplifting and getting drunk in a parking lot, and he thinks he had some kind of spiritual experience. He might take to Twitter to post about his experience. He'll use words like masterpiece and nostalgia and my childhood, and for this experience, he would have paid $20 to buy it or subscribe to Game Pass, and either way, he might tell you, this is the best game of the year. The game is called Mixtape. Developed by an Australian-based studio and published by Annapurna, this game has received perfect 10 out of 10 scores from major outlets. OpenCritic has it at 94% at the time of recording this, recommended by 97% of critics. In Mixtape, 3 teenagers in Northern California in 1999 will drive around, shoplift, trespass, drink underage, vandalize.
No, I know. You were saying the video game nerd, like the YouTuber, the video game nerd. Like video game nerd. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Wayne's World, but for modern audiences. Bro, what? That's crazy.
A house with toilet paper and arrive at a party. In the climax, one of the teenagers threatens her police officer father with arson to avoid being grounded. The game frames this as her moment of triumph. Critics called it a standout performance. The game, in its entirety, is only 3 hours long, and from this, 38 and 42-year-old men are sobbing all over the West. Mixtape is like some kind of test for the gaming public. You either love it like it's the greatest game of the year, or you're puzzled that these people are falling for this crap. It is a $20 emotional manipulation device that exploits a generation's refusal to reckon with the distance between who they were and who they became. The critical establishment that crowned it is comprised of access economy incentives, demographic targeting, and the Annapurna brand halo. The characters the audience is weeping over are narcissistic, self-righteous, and, in the case of the game's emotional centerpiece, willing to threaten domestic terrorism to avoid accountability. Mixtape is nostalgia for failures.
I mean, goddamn, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It makes me so curious to try it. Was it like a 3-hour game? Right? I'm just trying to figure out if there's something actually worth being upset over here. I can't tell. I still can't tell. Oh, so I'm going to subscribe to Game Pass for this game.
Hey, now hang on there. Before we continue, big announcement. We have a brand new home for all of our live streams. Fake Wizards Live. Master. There are no fail states. You cannot lose. If you miss a quick time button timing, the character completes the action anyway most of the time. The Review Geek identified this as well. Mixtape mistakes interaction for interactivity. The player is enrolled in someone else's mood and given just enough button prompts to feel implicated in the experience without ever being responsible for it. I joked while playing the game that I was surprised the game shipped without a auto walk button. The game already does almost everything for the player. One more design step and it would play itself, which would be honest, because what the game wants from the player is not engagement, but witness. So how did this, a 3-hour...
So I guess it's like one of these situations where there is really a major disconnect from people. They're looking at the review outlets and the reviewers and basically questioning, how can a game that's basically not actually a game, it's seemingly, if what I'm hearing is true, and if some of the clips I've seen are true, where like there like literally is no fail state. You don't have to do jack shit. I guess the question is like, how can a game like that even be remotely considered a masterpiece? Yeah, I don't know. Although, I don't know, there's like an angle of hate here. Not like with this guy in particular. Well, I don't know, this guy seems pretty angry, but...
Our interactive film with no fail states and no meaningful player agency received perfect scores and entered the Game of the Year conversation. Well, that's easy. It's because everyone is compromised. The critical consensus around Mixtape cannot be trusted because of 3 possible comprised positions. Beneath the Annapurna brand sits the access economy. Outlets that want early review codes for the next Annapurna release cannot afford to be the outlet that pans this one. There's also the extravagant gift boxes for Mixtape we keep seeing popping up. They are very expensive and very exclusive. Do you want to keep getting these gift boxes? It'll cost you your integrity. Then there's the Microsoft Access angle. Mixtape launched as a day one Game Pass game in a time when Xbox desperately needs positive word of mouth and motivation for games.
Wow. I don't know. I don't know. Like, do we believe that though? Like, even as somebody, dude, I don't like Xbox. You guys know I don't like Xbox, but like, is this, I don't know. Is this really, this is all Xbox's fault? Oh, my neck. Oh, God, I was not expecting this. Somehow, we've arrived to why this is Xbox's fault. And it ain't even me. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying, bro, it's not the game. It's the fact it's being called indie, but Larry Ellison's daughter is behind it. No indie game can license music. Reviewers are paid. Yeah, I got to see what, does he talk about that in this? Larry Ellison's daughter. I don't know who that is. Hold on. Let me check. Larry Ellison. Oh, this guy. Oh my God, he's 81. How is this? That guy does not look 81. Co-founder and executive chairman of Oracle Corporation. Bro, that doesn't sound real. What is Oracle Corporation? A software giant in 1977. Net worth $244 billion. Okay, so who's his daughter? Oh, you're right, dude. Wow, okay. Margaret Megan Elizabeth Ellison, who's 40 years old, known for founder and CEO of Annapurna Pictures, founding and expansion of Annapurna, openly lesbian, owns a lot of motorcycles, naturally. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Did the daughter make the game herself? I don't know. I mean, I guess my question here is like, where's the through line here, though? I mean, do you like? He's the one buying Warner Bros. Oh my God, dude. Oh God, feels like there's a bullet in my back. There's a bug on the lamp over there. I can't even get up. Sorry, I'm sorry you have to hear that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Annapurna, they do make some good games, man. I don't know. Well, I'll continue with the video and see what else is said here. So where this guy's coming from, he's claiming that, or he's like highlighting that there's these special packages being sent out, that reviewers are compromised, stuff like that. Let's see. And he's also blaming Xbox and Game Pass a little bit, basically saying that Xbox needs a win, Game Pass needs a win, which I don't know. I don't know that I can fully buy into that yet. I don't know. I'm going to end up playing this game just to see. Did you watch the Game Business show about PlayStation? No, I saw that. I'm going to check. I don't know if I'm going to watch that this stream. That might be for tomorrow. I'm having just such a hard time right now, dude. Like, I'm going to let this play, and I'm going to, like, I don't know what to do. Like,
gamers to enter the Xbox apparatus. Every Xbox adjacent outlet has direct economic reasons to want their subscribers feeling good about what is on Game Pass, especially with consideration for the new stewardship of Xbox. And beneath the platform money sits the deepest problem, which is a demographic capture. The people writing about Mixtape are roughly the same age and cultural formation as the people who made it. They are reviewing a product that was designed for them by their peers, and they cannot see it from the outside because there is no outside. When a reviewer says a product was made just for me and then assigns it a 10 out of 10, the review has ceased to be a criticism, and instead, it's as if you signed a thank you note. The characters in Mixtape are revealing in a way the game does not appear to understand. Together, they are the game's framing of a sensitive coming-of-age story about the last night of high school. What they actually are is hard to look at. Rockford is a contemptuous narcissist who treats every person in her life as either an obstacle or a fool. She is convinced of her own depth on the basis of her musical taste. Rockford's central crisis is that her carefully curated final night isn't going the way she planned. Cassandra is the rebel standing against her father, who genuinely just wants what's best for her, and in a grand act of teenage defiance, which also happens to be the scene that most reviewers are citing as cathartic and transcendent, occurs when the...
Yeah, I haven't played this, but something about this whole situation here seems like fucking, like, really? Really? Like, Dad, if you don't fucking let me live my reckless life the way I want to live it, I'm gonna light everything on fire and become a demon, you motherfucking piece of you know, it's like, what? Cheese and Chainsaws, thank you, man. You're saying Ellison's owns Paramount, buying Warner Bros. And wants to be big in gaming, so an indie darling with good reviews is good for business. So basically, like, what we're kind of maybe looking at, if we are being a little bit conspiratorial about it, we might be looking... Is this like another BlackRock situation? Somewhat similar? Where it's like we have one of the richest people on planet Earth with money that can buy almost anything, influence almost anything, and they want to be more involved in this industry, and so therefore they will find ways to make that happen. I mean, money talks, bro. Like, I don't know. It's hard. I mean, dude, look at it's so funny how, like, in the past year, so many conspiracy theories and theorists that were like, the loons, you guys are the crazy ones. Look at how right so many of them turned out to be. So play it and think for yourself. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I feel like if I dig into this any further, I'm just going to have to, at the very least, well, no, I can't just watch a video on it, because I wouldn't know the true level of, or the lack of interactivity. I don't know. I get the feeling, my gut instinct is telling me that if I were to play Mixtape, this is me saying this without having played it, my gut instinct is telling me I would play it and be like, that kind of sucked. And it was fucking cringe as hell. And I don't think I would be angry at it. I don't think I would be like, oh my God, I'm offended by this. I think I would just be like, this kind of sucked. And just made me cringe like 100 times. That's my gut, just on everything I've seen. But it does make me wonder, what if it's not like that? What if I'm like, oh, this isn't that bad? But I don't know. That's what's interesting. Like, I am kind of curious now, where I'm like, this seemed like a whole lot of nothing, but if I play it and I'm like, this is actually pretty not good, this is kind of cringe. This is just like, this is like a cringe interactive movie for people in their 30s and early 40s. And then, I guess it is interesting to maybe watch the reviews from respected reviewers or whatever. Yo, this cat tower right here, I know I'm resting my arm on this cat tower. Bro, this is helping. This is helping. I'm so glad I put this cat tower here. Still in pain, but it's relieving it a little bit. The 90s were not like this game. Just watch Asmongold's 3-hour playthrough.
Cabin she and her friends have just set on fire is burning behind her, and her police officer father arrives, and she yells at him.
I want you to understand. This ain't a catastrophe. It's a warning.
Behind her, and her police officer father arrives, and she yells at him.
I want you to understand. This ain't a catastrophe. It's a warning. Daddy, if you trap me here, this will only be the beginnings of my wicked ways. 'Cause I'm angry and I'm wired and I'm fixing for a whole lot of trouble. If you make me stay here, I'm gonna burn the whole place down.
Then,
Okay, so what I just said about playing this game, that's not fucking happening. Oh my God. I don't want to judge the game just on that, but I am good, bro. Oh my God, no. No. Dude, this is why. This is why we are surrounded by so many fucking cringe adults, dude. Because the fact that there are adults, grown-ass adults, that are relating so hard to scenes like that. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, don't get me wrong. I get it. You're a teenager. You're going to do some stupid shit. I lit some shit on fire. But I wasn't like that. I'm lighting shit on fire because I don't want to be here. My daddy won't let me leave. Like, what the fuck is going on? Watch the IGN review. Dude, I'm going to check that out next. This shit's pretty funny. Okay, now I'm starting to understand why people are all over this, because this shit's pretty funny, man. Oh my God. That was bad. The guitars, like, and the zoom in, like, dun dun, like, it does have this kind of somebody said earlier, it's like Wayne's World for millennials or some shit, or like a worse Wayne's World. It does seem like it's kind of going for that, like, but I don't know. When you look back at Wayne's World, it knew it was stupid. Like, that's the thing. Wayne's World is funny because it knows it's kind of laughing at itself. Like, it's taking some things that are real and some things that are, but it's just being stupid with it. It's like a worse Scott Pilgrim. Everything I've seen of this, it looks like it's trying to take itself very seriously. And I can see why people are getting frustrated with it. Buttery Cheeks with a super chat. You're saying MBG is someone who was unfortunately born as a millennial. I personally want to apologize to everyone in the chat for witnessing this level of cringe. I hear you. I think I'm a millennial too, right? I was born in 1993. That makes me a millennial. Right? Or do I have that wrong? No, I'm pretty sure I'm a millennial too. Yeah, we apologize. What the hell is this? I'm a young millennial. Maybe that's why I don't get it. They have a moment in the game where they're floating in the air. It's not serious. You're going to get this easily psyoped by the right-wing culture war? No. I don't even see this as like a political thing, to be honest. I mean, I guess there's likely stuff in here that leans more towards, right wing, hardcore MAGA Republicans. I don't see it. Nothing I've seen so far heavily insinuates or makes it seem like it's some kind of, like propaganda or whatever. But Gaming Survivor, what's going on, man? Game's hurting my neck. Oh my God. All right, let's see.
This is a literal threat of escalating terrorism delivered to a police officer while the result of her previous arson burns behind her. Now, I'm no detective here. I'm just a fake wizard. But all of that is extremely suspect. How does the police officer father handle this threat from a criminal, you might ask?
There'll be patrol cars up and down this road. Get out of here. Go on. Back the way you came.
And?
Well, I guess we have ourselves an understanding.
The gaming press has called this a teenage girl finding her voice, threatening.
Oh my god, dude. Come on. Yeah, that's weak as hell. That's weak as hell. Bro, if I was that girl's dad, I'd be like, you get your fucking ass in the back of my cop car right now. Out of context. I mean, yeah, I don't have all the context, but goddamn, dude. It's a game, it's not real life. It's real life. It's indicative of real life. No jail time. Yeah, no jail time. That's I don't know, it's crazy. We have ourselves an understanding. Damn.
Her father, a cop, with arson, standing in front of arson. He caves and lets her run away. These characters are not profound, nor are they real. They are tantrums by privileged children, both inside the game itself, and the writers with keyboards that wrote this trite, refusing to ever let any of the three experience genuine consequences for terrible choices. There are moments when Rockford and Cassandra could and should be reality checked by an adult, like burning down a cabin in the woods, which could pivot the story into something more honest, but the game walks back every opportunity. Mixtape is a game about American high schoolers in the 1990s, made by adults from Australia who look back at the cringe of their high school days and say, yeah, I had it all figured out then too. Who yearns for...
Dude, his backgrounds are wild, though. That's funny as hell. His background transitions. They're Australian, mate. Oi! Gee, what is this absolute trash I had the displeasure of listening to? Oh, man. I don't know anymore. This guy is treating it like it's a historical piece. I mean, to me, I think Mixtape might be the perfect encapsulation of I think you're seeing people on both sides try to pull it too far in either direction, when in reality, I think the general consensus is it's on neither side. It's not like an abomination that shouldn't exist and kill it with fire, no pun intended. And it's not some kind of masterpiece that should be looked at and praised like Smash JT's going crazy over it. Dude, I keep hearing about that guy. Wasn't that the same guy that he was going like berserk over Ghost of Yotei, dude? Oh my god. I mean, that's what makes this tough these days. Is it's hard to find what's real, what's genuine. You know, what isn't compromised, so to speak. And that's the word that guy used, like what isn't compromised. Everybody has an agenda, and I think like that's okay. Everything I view and everything I engage with, I know there's an agenda. I'm just looking for how it's being, how it's being portrayed, how it's being distributed, how it's being laid out in front of me. And sometimes, there are times where it's like, oh, this is awful. And there are other times where it's like, yeah, this is pretty good. This is kind of why I was ranting about Saros the other day, because I'm like, people are like, this is some of the worst Reddit slop I've ever read. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, play the game. It's actually pretty cool the way it unfolds. Even if you don't like the way the story, even if you don't like the plot points, it's like the way that they told the story is pretty fucking cool, I think. But at the end of the day, I just saw that one instance of the game, and I'm like, that's cringe as hell, dude. I'm not playing this game. Like, it could be a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. I'm not playing that. Although I do want to look into something else. Let me see here. An absolute disaster just happened. Full Forza Horizon 6 game leaked Steam. Let me see. I don't know who.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Forza Horizon 6 game leaked early, and I'm just here to discuss it because I am coming back to the channel. We'll be uploading and doing a lot of stuff, including wheel spins and all that good stuff. So, Forza Horizon 6 suffered a significant leak after the entire game was reportedly made available via unencrypted Steam preload. So, game's been cracked before its release. It is insane that it's been leaked. I'm pretty sure it's by Microsoft, not by Steam or, you know, whoever else could possibly be responsible. But I saw this tweet, and this is interesting because Forza Horizon 6 players who mod early copies will be banned until the year 9,999. That is...
Bro, what? Hold on, the Game Informer's going bankrupt again? What? All right, hold on. So, did you guys see this about the Forza situation? Like, holy shit, bro. Titus, that's not nice. Microsoft is big mad. I mean... That was hot garbage, and I should know I'm a trash man. Damn, that's true. That's true, Shadowlink. Hold on. Hopefully that's the end of Forza. I hope it's not the end of it, but yeah, this so this is another thing. Oops, that that is garnering quite a bit of controversy. Now, I'm curious, chat. I want to know what you think of this because the official Playground Games Twitter account did respond to the situation. And they did not get a good response. So, Playground Games tweeted out, "We are aware of reports that a build of Forza Horizon 6 has been obtained prior to its release and can confirm this is not the result of a preload issue. We are taking strict enforcement action against any individual found accessing this build, including franchise-wide and hardware bans. We encourage fans to sit tight for the game's release on May 19th. Now, from what I understand, people who pre-ordered, you have to know this about the situation. People who pre-ordered Forza Horizon 6 Premium Edition, it's like $100 edition or like $120 or something crazy like that. You get like 4 days early access to the game. And that's like a major reason for buying. People get 8,000 year bans for playing it. And I get that. But this has prompted some backlash from the community. Like, on one hand, it seems like people who pirate games are throwing tantrums. On the other hand, MBG, let me know when the war returns. I'll be back with Rich Rod, please God. Yeah, Rich Rod, look, Gaming Survivor, you have handled losing your mod ship more gracefully than Rich Rod. Rich Rod has not taken it well. He has not taken it well, bro. GTA fans crying, no trailer today. I know, dude. Fuck. I mean, you know what? Hold on. Just as an aside here, you know what else is kind of weird? things have been really quiet. Like, they've been abnormally quiet for the first week and a half of May. That's another reason I thought we were getting something today, because I'm like, dude, there's like not really much news. Usually in May, things start to heat up really quickly. Instead, it's just kind of like, there's a few things happening here. I mean, like the biggest news is the mixtape controversy. It's like, what's going on? It's not Playground or Steam. Some reviewer leaked it. That's what I read. Yeah. Clickbait. We just got to keep going to clickbait. Well, here's the thing. It seems like some people who want to pirate the game are crying. So I'm going to read some of the replies. These are the top replies on this Forza Horizon 6 post on the official Playground Games account. This got almost 4 million views, by the way. Somebody says, this is the dumbest decision and the dumbest tweet that I've seen for a while. You know that literally people that actually pre-ordered the game also played the leaked build. So you're just going to ban everyone just for the sake of it. Just admit your mistake. Jesus, enjoy the mass refunds, I guess. That's got 1,000 upvotes. We found the guy who installed the leaked game. Enjoy the hardware ban. Somebody else says, why are you punishing the community when it was a fuck up on your behalf? Somebody else says, I've purchased the highest edition of Forza Horizon since Forza Horizon 3. I will download the torrent if I find it, and I will play it early. If you want to franchise-wide and hardware ban me, be my guest. I will refund this and never buy Forza Horizon again. It's not GTA 6. I can live without it. Another top reply. Guys, I get this is an uncomfortable position to find yourselves in. It could really ruin the launch. It's a shit show, and I know there have been a lot of people who pre-purchased crying for bans for everyone accessing the game early. But is that really the right call? Many who are already playing have pre-purchased already. Those who were never going to buy the game anyway would end up pirating it in the end as well. I don't think such extreme bans will do you any good. It's not a good PR move. It's not even a good business move. A heartfelt apology, even if it was going to be memed for a while, would still be better, and a week after release, everyone would forget about this. But like this, you'll have people bringing the situation up for years to come, and it might damage the brand a lot more. You do you at the end of the day. Who am I to tell you what to do? That's just my opinion. I tried to present it as respectfully as I can. I have no horse in this race. I did not touch the leak. I have the premium version waiting. I'm fine with waiting for my early access, but were this to happen, say, 10 years ago, even if I already had the game like now, I'd have probably been with the Crows playing already too and getting banned. Even though I already shelled out $120, it would make me a lifetime hater. So this kind of presents a conundrum, like, who, like, is Playground Games making the wrong choice here? You know? Like, something went horribly wrong. The game leaked like a week early, and people are pirating it. They're installing it. But there's this argument that a good portion, or at least a portion, of the people who are installing it and playing it are people who already pre-ordered it and already spent money on it. And, you know, people are going from piracy is bad to now it's good. Ban them all. It won't hurt sales. These pirates never buy games anyway. Yeah, I mean, this is what's weird to me. I think what you're seeing, like, the more I read of this, is it seems to me that buyers of this game, specifically the premium edition, they are pushing for an early release. You know? Like, they're making the argument that it's already being played anyway. We're the ones that are paying for the early access already. what would be the problem with just basically giving us, I don't know, if it was supposed to be, well, hold on. It says it's Forza Horizon 6 early access period. Forza Horizon 6 early access period begins May 15th, allowing players who purchase the premium edition or premium upgrade bundle to play 4 days ahead of the launch. This costs, how much is this? How much is this version? $120. Oh my God. This is a $120 version. So like, so I'll say this. If you're stealing the game, you're kind of just trash. All right. You shouldn't steal the game. I don't condone that. I think that's just messed up. You know? However, I do kind of agree with people where it's like, bro, if your early access period is going to be on the 15th and it's already leaked and people are, no matter what, they're going to download it and play it, even with the bans. All they have to do is go offline and not go back online. I think maybe they should just consider, like, fuck it, just release it. Like, you are already going to give 4 days early access. What's the harm in adding a few more days? Like, then you're actually going to win the goodwill of the people who already bought it. And I mean, I kind of agree with that last person's comment where they're like, I'm not saying you shouldn't ban people. You should ban people who are pirating it, you know? But I don't know. I think it's just strange. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Subnautica 2 leaked also today before the early access. Is that relevant too, or just Microsoft one? It's 4 days from the early access, I think. I didn't hear about the Subnautica one. Hold on. And to be fair, Cheese and Chainsaws, I'm looking forward to Forza Horizon 6. Hold on, let me see. Okay, so Subnautica 2 storms toward early access launch this week with over 5 million wish lists on Steam. Pre-orders now live. Hold on. Here we go. Nope. The early access launch of Subnautica 2 appears to be the latest game hit by pre-release leaks in a matter of days after players managed to access both Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight and Lego Batman? That shit leaked too. What is going on? You're telling me Lego Batman leaked? Wait. Okay. That's news to me. And Forza Horizon 6 before their official launch dates. Aquatic survival adventure Subnautica 2 is meant to arrive in early access for Xbox Series X and S and PC this Thursday, May 14th. But over on Reddit, what appears to be screenshots of a clip of PC gameplay has just been posted. Fans say that an unknown person apparently streamed the game last night after somehow obtaining a working copy. It's an odd situation so soon after confusion over exactly how Forza Horizon 6 leaked, and separately a similarly bizarre situation where one player was able to start playing their preloaded copy of Lego Batman on Xbox. Bro, what is going on the Xbox and PC side? What looks to be leaked gameplay of Subnautica 2 shows a quick walkthrough of an early section, and then the user scrolling through the game's visual menu where PC options to alter its windowed settings and visual upscaling methods can be seen. IGN has contacted Subnautica 2 publisher Krafton for comment. Geez. Yeah, I don't know. What's up with all these games leaking, man? It sounds like something's going terribly wrong behind the scenes. Are developers revolting? Is this how they're revolting against their publishers? Like, we've had enough. Is it possible? Guys, by the way, if you're enjoying the stream, do me a favor. Please take a moment and hit that like button We're currently sitting at 132 likes. We're probably going to be wrapping up very soon. I am in a tremendous amount of pain. Goddamn. Maybe it's something to do with the Helix version of Xbox. Did they ban the dude that played Lego Batman? I don't know. I mean, you would assume. There's not even that many pirates now. Most of the young people on PC forgot how to mount ISOs. Greg Miller is comparing Xbox head's leadership skills to playing baby steps is still accurate. Saying Forza Horizon 6 will be one of the biggest hits on PS5. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Titus. Thank you, bro. Yeah, if you guys want to drop any more support, I'll go as long as I can. I don't know. I don't know what to do for this pain, man. It just won't go away. Like it's insane. Even just sitting here, it's just the pain is just constant. But yeah, if you want to drop any more support, we did hit 25 members today, which is awesome. If you want to contribute to that goal, get a member train started, feel free to do that. Any more super chats, direct donations, now would be the time, because we'll probably be going for like another 10 or 15 minutes, give or take. I got to tell you, this is one of the things that I'm getting a little bit depressed by, is I'm glad I don't do some kind of like, labor intensive job where whatever's wrong with me, I wouldn't be able to do it at all. I'm still glad that I can still stream. It's just having to be in this much pain. Like I can't, like I notice as the stream goes on, I'm having a harder and harder time focusing on on actually like the topics and shit I should be talking about, man. Fuck. I'm gonna have to start just drinking on stream, man. I'm just have to be drunk all the time on the stream. You'd be on disability if that was the case. I mean, yeah. Hopefully not. I don't know. I'm gonna be seeing the specialist in like, I think about a week. I'm really hoping that I can get some answers or some shit, because I'm just not used to this. I mean, I know nobody's used to it, but like, it just feels like I literally lost my ability to properly function overnight. It's weird. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Asha wants AI to take over, blame people for leaks, and replace them so it equals no more leaks. Quite simple, really. Microsoft is shady that way. Dude, you're Cheese and Chainsaws, you're going crazy with the conspiracy theories today, but you might just be right. You might be right. We need Xbox bad news. Yes. I've been talking about, why me? Stop trolling me, bro. I talked about Sony for like the first half of the stream. Stop trolling me. I mean, I don't know. Do I believe that part of a way that Microsoft is going to kind of get the public on their side? Like, this is why it's good to, replace people with AI? Because look at what they're doing. I don't know. To me, that seems a bit much. And Titus Crow, thank you, bro, for the £5 super chat. He says, it sucks, brother. Yeah, I don't mean to complain. I'm trying to not do that. I know I keep saying I'm not going to do it, and then I complain. It's just hard, It feels like it's stealing my focus. Not the public, to save money. Yeah, I don't think that is conspiratorial. I do think that at the end of the day, as we've established, like these corporations, man, just like with Sony as well. Like when Sony says, "Oh, we're a people first, human first." It's like, sure, like I believe you now, but I also believe that can change at a moment's notice when the proposition of AI being able to make you the same amount of money, if not more money, more efficiently than any human being can, then yeah, that person's getting replaced. Like, it's not a question. There's no moral high ground to it at the end of the day. I don't know though. The Forza situation is strange to me because it seems so. I don't know. Like it's such a high profile game. It's like what? How does this happen? If it continues to happen, then there might really be something to it. But that's 3 games in the last week. Replace people with AI? Didn't they learn from the Terminator? PS6 may lose 8 gigabytes of RAM due to a memory shortage. This sounds awful. Well, yeah, I didn't go too deep into that. We did talk about it a little bit earlier. We were talking about how Sony may or may not change their business model, but it's not confirmed that the PS6 is dropping RAM. Like it's not confirmed that they're going to go from 32 to 24. Kepler L2 is saying that they could. If the way Kepler L2 described it is they said if Sony gets desperate enough, they could do that. And developers would not be too flustered about it. But it would, that's another problem Sony's got to contend with where it's like, is it really a smart idea to make you can't have the PS6 seem underpowered. You can't have the PS6 seem like just some kind of weak, hardly an upgrade. You can't make it come off like a PS5 Pro 2. It's got to seem like a next gen. And reducing the RAM, even though that would allow you to sell it at a lower price point, and it would just help with the logistical side of it and all that. I think what's worse than having a higher premium price point is a piece of hardware that people look at and are like, that ain't even worth it. Like, that's not even next gen. That's a PS5 Pro 2. I think that's the worst outcome Sony could have because it's like, oh shit. But it'll come down to what it always comes down to, man. No matter what the price is, no matter what the hardware specifications are, it's going to come down to the games. But they have their work cut out for them too because games look really good on the PS5 and the PS5 Pro right now. Just how much better can they truly look on the PS6 to, I don't know. I don't know, man. I covered in my video, not today's video, I think my last video, there is a new Sony patent that was discovered that what this patent does is it's an AI-based patent where AI will automatically record specific clips that, it deems highlight worthy. And I think that could be a pretty good, decent feature, actually. Is that going to be enough to make somebody upgrade to the PS6? I don't know about that. Orange Crush Gaming, a member for 72 months. Holy shit. I mean, damn, bro. 72 months? Thank you so much for that long time support, Orange Crush Gaming. You're saying, MBG, how do you feel about Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered being made with AI? Do you think the next Horizon game will be made with AI? I'm going to answer the second part with yes. Every PlayStation game is going to have some level of AI in its development. I don't know that it'll be generative AI. Sony seems to be not doing generative AI, but there will be some level of AI. When it comes to Horizon Zero Dawn, hearing that it used AI, I can't say I'm that surprised. We know that this technology is something that, hold on, I have to lower this a little bit. We know that the technology that Sony is talking to investors about, let me know if the volume's too low, by the way, because I'm trying to adjust the gain here. They're talking about how it's you being used as tools, right? It's technology that's going to make it so we can give you like different types of hair, like instantly, and you don't have to like handcraft it, and it'll save like hours and hours of dev time, stuff like that. I mean, I don't really see a problem with that. If that's the type of what do they call it, like Project Mockingbird or whatever, if that's the type of stuff they're using for their game dev, like I just don't see a problem with that. I think it's the really tedious, time consuming stuff that ultimately like it makes people question like should you really be wasting that much development time on such an insignificant detail potentially. If that's where AI comes in, it's like, well, no, we don't have to waste time anymore. We can just do it because the AI basically does it for us and we can focus on other stuff. I'm kind of okay with that. I don't see that. I don't see that use replacing people as much as it will just make the people that are there and the developers that are there, it'll make them able to better focus on more important tasks without having to do so at the expense of like a certain level of detail that people have come to expect with these big budget AAA games. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense or explains it very well, but I'm not too surprised, and I don't really have such a problem with it. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I saw like I'm going to bring this up real quick. It's not a first party Sony studio. Where is it? It's not a first party Sony studio, but it is a studio that I do care about. And they're responsible for a game that I loved. Hold on, where is it? Sorry, I didn't have it ready to go. Yeah, so it says the quarterly financial week for developers and publishers continues with NeoWiz posting of KRW 101.4 billion, around $74 million in Q1 2026. Operating profit, blah blah blah. Okay, so this is the developer of Liza P. Um, so where does it say? Hold on, I'm sorry. This isn't the right article. This is what happens when I always come in underprepared. What I'm trying to highlight to you guys is that the developer of this game that we love, well, most of us love, I really loved it. The developer of Liza P is straight up making it known that they're hiring developers that are going to, have experience with generative AI. So I have a right up here from Push Square. It says Liza P was a banger. And so for a while now, everyone's been waiting on word of its already confirmed sequel. However, it's not necessarily why developer NeoWiz is currently making headlines across the web. Instead, the Korean studio is getting flack for a newly discovered job listing, which specifically asks for a AI creator or AI artist, depending on how literal you want the translation to be. As you can probably imagine, the role title alone has been enough to attract criticism, but what's actually expected of this employee? Well, the description goes into a bit of detail, and unfortunately for Neo is the clear push for generative AI, that is, using AI to make assets based on the existing work of others, is only going to attract even more negativity. There's an obvious mention of using generative AI to produce textures and, quote, create assets while also using popular models like Stable Diffusion and Midjourney to craft concept drafts for both characters and environments. What's more, the role is tasked with training unique AI models to help shape the project's visual identity. Basically, the job's all about getting the most out of AI in pretty much every applicable field. Again, the listing is already heavily being scrutinized across the likes of Reddit, but the reality here is that these kinds of positions are steadily becoming the norm. The bottom line is that if a company believes that it can utilize AI to create productivity, streamline workflow, and ultimately make more money, it's going to make that call. For most onlookers, the issue often boils down to how AI is actually being used. We've seen plenty of examples of AI generated assets being present in shipped games, and that's usually enough to warrant a backlash. But then utilizing AI tools to help streamline a project's development is generally viewed as much less cynicism. Meanwhile, others would simply argue that anything AI related is a slippery slope. So, I wanted to bring this up because I really do believe that maybe it's just because I'm in physical pain and my mental health is not the greatest right now, but it's like I feel if I find out Liza P2 used some level of generative AI, I'm not going to give a single shit, nor am I going to be performative about it. Okay? I'm not going to pretend that my interest or excitement level for what Liza P2 will be diminished because there was somebody that they hired to use generative AI and that was in some way, shape, or form used to craft this game. I would be lying to myself if I behaved that way. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to bullshit myself where it's like, listen, I don't if I am being completely honest with myself, I don't want to see all developers just erased. I don't want to see people just thrown out in the trash and treated like nothing, meaningless, no value whatsoever. That's not right either. I don't think AI should replace everything or take over everything. But I absolutely am accepting of this idea that it is here. It's not even an idea, it is a reality. I'm accepting of the reality that AI is here and it's here to stay and it's never going anywhere and it's only going to get better and better and better to a point where the only real concern, in my opinion, at the end of the day, is the way in which corporations and the bottom line, the capitalistic bottom line driven mentality, how that can ultimately exploit AI in a really negative way. And I think that is a possibility. I think that is a real potential downside because, we don't want to see video games or any media for that matter truly become completely soulless. Like I think people are always going to want games just made by humans. I think there will be games made by just AI that people will be okay with. But I think at the end of the day, human beings want the things that they're interested in to a certain extent to have some level of human touch to them. An argument almost could be made that if they use generative AI to derive game assets from other people's work, it's like, what do you think Liza P is? Like, that's the funny thing to me. That's the irony to me, is it's like people are going to get upset. It's like, don't you understand that Liza P it's an IP? It's literally Pinocchio. They didn't make Pinocchio. It's their interpretation of an already existing IP that's in the public domain. And it's heavily inspired by Bloodborne. So when you look at the assets and a lot of the art direction in Liza P, it looks like Bloodborne. So I guess and it's a Souls-like. So what I'm trying to say here is that everything we say about Liza P, like how great it is and how awesome it is and this and that, it's like, yeah, it's all derivative. Like it's all derived from people basically copying other people's work and just slightly altering it, And I understand that it's like, well, we don't want generative AI to be part of game development because it's just, it's stealing other people's work and it's not even, and it's just giving its own interpretation. I'm like, it's doing what people already do. That's what it's doing. And I get that the fact that it's not even a person doing it anymore maybe is jarring. Maybe that's where the disconnect lies, where it's like, well, it's one thing if there's a human that's inspired by another human, that's one thing. It's another when there's an AI machine algorithm being inspired by a human and spitting something out. I get that. And if that's where you draw the line, that's totally fine. And there is a cause for a certain level of concern there for people who are involved in this industry who consider themselves artists and believe that their creations matter. But ultimately, I just think that a lot of the outrage you see from people is performative. I think most of the outrage you see from people are people who are just bandwagoning. They see that it's popular to hate AI, so therefore they hate it too. They don't really know why they hate it. They don't really know what's so problematic about it. They don't actually know. They're just following. And I don't do that. It's like I do see what the potential problems could be because I've looked down that line of like where can this go? Yeah, this could get really ugly really quick. But guess what? I'm also living in reality. And part of reality in the year 2026 is AI is everywhere across all industries and it's not going anywhere. So, my suggestion and what I will always kind of advocate for is it's what I've always advocated for balance. Balance. Don't overdo it. Somebody will. There's going to be a studio that comes out, and maybe it could be NeoWiz with Lies of P2, which would be ironic. There's going to be a studio that comes out where like 90% of our game was generative AI. You know what it reminds me of? I'm going to talk about this for a moment too. I said I was going to end the stream like 15 minutes ago, but I'm getting a little bit of a second wind. I'll go for a little bit longer. Do you guys know the game Slay the Spire? Slay the Spire 2, I think the game is. This game, I'm sure many of you are familiar with. It's a massive hit. I think it's an indie game, right? It's a massive indie hit on Steam. I mean, massive. Had over like 500,000 peak concurrent players. It was just now. This game came out like months ago. I think this game came out like over 2 months ago. It's a couple months old. Haven't heard anything negative about it. Zero negativity. How do I know you're not AI? You don't know. Trust me, bro. If I was AI, I would not be complaining about my shoulder so much, or my neck and my back. If this was AI, I wish I could have an AI MBG right now, so I could just sit there and relax and heal my fucking body and let the AI take care of it for me. Anyway, this game, Slay the Spire 2, it was just discovered in the credits of this game. Mind you, the credits have been available this entire time. This entire time this game's been out. You could watch the credits, read the credits, see it's part of it. It was just discovered that Anita Sarkeesian was credited for consultancy for this game. And now a group of people are very upset and mad. And it's so funny because it's like, so wait, let me get this straight. You enjoyed this game in its entirety up until the moment you found out that somebody you don't like. Now, granted, I think Anita Sarkeesian, I understand why. I think there are reasons not to like her. She is clearly a grifter. Shit like that pisses me off, but it's whatever. I mean, she's not even relevant anymore. But it's just funny to me where it's like, so you did like the game up until you found out that she was involved with it. And suddenly, now there's a problem with the game. So, in other words, prior to you knowing this, there was nothing woke about it. There was nothing that you would have identified as woke or, Western and whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like something that would like be cause for major outrage or concern. Apparently she's involved with the Expedition 33 sequel. Well, that's what I'm trying to say though, is that this is where like I think people need to kind of wake up and do what I've been telling them to do. And I don't like to speak this assertively, but sometimes I feel like I have to, where it's like you should just start judging things based off of what they are. Like literally. Like if you have a problem with this thing in this game, maybe you should just call that thing in the game out and say that's the problem. Rather than looking, it feels like people are trying to go so deep and so far behind the scenes that it's almost like they're digging and they're searching for problems where there doesn't need to be any, And I think that this is an example of like, yeah, dude, guess what? if you've been playing Slay the Spire for the past couple months and you love that game, you love a game that Anita Sarkeesian and her company consulted on. Congratulations. Shocking, right? It's why, like, when I played God of War Ragnarok, and I, the whole Sweet Baby Inc. thing, I get it. That, I mean, we've talked about why there is a problem in some instances with these consultancy companies that should be taken into consideration. But it's like Sweet Baby Inc., fucking was involved with God of War Ragnarok. It's like, I don't give a shit. That game was fucking awesome. Just because you told me that doesn't make it any less awesome. However, if I look at something like Spider-Man 2 and it's like, they beat Mary Jane with an ugly stick for no reason, and then you tell me, and this company was involved, it's like, okay, there might be a connection here, and something might be going wrong. We should look a little bit into that and see, and hey, whatever the fuck is going on over there, knock it off. It's getting weird. I'm just saying it flies in the face of the extremist behavior that the internet so aggressively rewards today. Where if people really truly want to continue to be this performative and they want to continue to posture themselves this way, it's like, guess what? Show me how you live your fucking life day in and day out, and I guarantee you there's 25 plus things you are engaged with, whether that's certain products you use, certain brands you're spending money on, certain companies you're supporting, whatever it might be, that I promise you, you are not holier than thou. You are not righteous. You're just as much a part of a problem as everybody else around you. And this is what pisses me off, where it's like, unless you come out with a fucking YouTube video where you are living in a goddamn monastery, living as a monk, then maybe you can actually take a position of righteousness. Okay? But that's not how the internet works. That's not how the internet works in 2026. Everything's got to be performative. Everything's got to be a big fucking hoopla. MBG, since Sony signed with Palworld to grow the IP, Palworld Online was recently registered. So it'll have an MMO or game as a service style game possibly coming soon. Temu Pokemon coming to Nintendo. Blue? Wait, what? Wait, are you saying it might be coming to Nintendo Switch soon? Palworld on Switch. Damn. We have a Matador 509 with a generous $20 super chat. Matador, thank you for that, brother. I appreciate it. Brother? Says, what's up, MBG? Get better, man. Out of left field. Well, thank you for that. I hope I get better too. I don't know why. This position right here, helping me more than anything so far. Out of left field, Forbidden West on PC, a shit show of a port. Loved what I played. Want your chat to decide. Do I restart Forbidden West on PS5 or start a new game? Was thinking Forza 5. Really, that's interesting. I thought Forbidden West was considered one of the better ports. Oh, and Cheese, you're saying they're coming for Nintendo. Nintendo, yeah, eat shit, Nintendo. Bitches. I don't even care about Palworld or Pokemon. Matador, I don't know, man. So what do you guys think? Chat. Matador is trying to decide. He started Forbidden West on PC. He's unsatisfied with the port, though. So he's not sure. Should he restart the game, or should he play the game on PS5? I'm assuming start over. Or should he go to a completely new game and just walk away from Forbidden West? I mean, if I was going to chime in here, Matador, I guess I'll ask you this. If you're able to answer it in the chat, let me know. Just to confirm, you're saying your problem, I just want to make sure, your problem with Forbidden West on PC is the port, like from a technical standpoint, not the game itself? Because if you're enjoying the game and what you played so far, technicality aside, I would recommend playing on PS5. It's a good game. It's a really good game. It could be a little bit long in the tooth if you're trying to platinum it. Certainly. It can get a bit tedious, but that's normal with platinum games. However, if what you've been playing, like part of the reason it was unenjoyable is because you're just not feeling the game that much, maybe just move on from it. I don't think that would be the worst thing in the world. I mean, maybe you could return to it when I almost said Forza 3, when Horizon 3 is announced. Then maybe you could play Forbidden West. I mean, I'm sure they'll have a PS5 or PS6 version of Forbidden West, dude. You know? But if you were enjoying it at any level, gameplay wise, I would suggest finishing it because it's a good game for sure. David is saying you should play it on PS5. Wicked Snake says Forza 5 is the better game. They're just vastly different, you know? The fact you're thinking about going to Forza 5, you know, that tells me that maybe your mindset is geared towards a completely different type of game right now. Jake, you play Lego Horizon next. Yeah, man. That's where it's at. Jake, thank you for sending me those emails, bro. Tekken Boss joins a new studio. PlayStation executive says the next few years of unannounced games is unbelievably positive. There are no dire times ahead for the industry. That's a bit hyperbolic. I agree with the first part, not the second. There are definitely dire times ahead. There are definitely dire times ahead, bro. No, Wicked Snake, I haven't gotten around to that yet. I've seen it pop up in my feed. I gotta take time to sit down and watch it. Let me see here. Yeah, sorry for my well, I'm not gonna apologize, but yeah, I was going on like a long-winded rant. Yeah, D'Angelo, you're saying a lot of people virtue signal to make themselves look like good people on the internet. And I don't know, man. I mean, I don't think that the intention is always impure. You know? Like I do think people want to be good, they want to be right. But I just think that there is a level of like self-awareness that tends to not be present. And I think the reason why, and unfortunately it's always the same reason, dude. It's always the same reason. Um the reason why that self-awareness is purposely maybe pushed aside or not focused on as much or presented, it's for success. You know, it's monetary, it's money. And trust me, like I'm part of the game here, dude. Like you can take it from me. I'm part of the game as everybody else is. And there is a level of acceptance that exists across the board where it's like, you know how you guys tell me like you got and this isn't a bad thing, but it does reveal something larger. It's like, you know, when I talk to you guys about like sponsorships and whatnot, and I always tell you guys, like, one of the things I'm grateful for is that I don't have to do sponsorships. How do you tag someone on here? I think you have to do the @ sign and then whatever their whatever their tag is. Yeah. It's like for me, it would just be like @MBG. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's how you do it. Yeah. It should, if you type in @ and then their username, they should pop up and you should be able to click them. But like, I don't know, man. I just, when I look at the sponsorship side, the fact that when I say to you guys, like I talk to you guys and I'm like, I don't really want to do sponsorships because to me, it feels like, I don't want to say wrong. And I don't like using that terminology because it makes it seem like I'm trying to be so righteous. It's just that like, I know that we all know that if I were to take sponsorships, and who knows, one day in the future I may have to, this isn't real. This isn't real. Like, I'm not, unless it's like a hyper specific, like I literally was already buying and using this product. But now I'm sponsored. That's different, you know? Like if like the cat treat company Temptations was like, we want to sponsor your streams, MBG, and you'll get like a commission or whatever. Okay, sure. It may even then I might not, because it's like I don't know that I want to advertise shit. It's like I use that. One less thing I have to pay for. But you guys, your response to me is, dude, just take the bag, like just do it. Nobody cares. And I think that's because, and you guys aren't wrong for that. Nobody's wrong for that. It's just it goes to show that we are, I don't know, we are in a place with this where it really, unfortunately, and it's always been this way. It's always been this way, man. Where like if you try to truly be what we would call righteous, it's impossible. And you have to draw your own lines. And so it does kind of call, and if we're really getting deep into the psychology of it, it's like, well, where do you draw the line and why? So it becomes a very personal thing. And I try not to judge people too harshly with their own personal lines, but it's like, I don't know, if I set a line for myself that somebody else doesn't, does that give me the right to look down upon them? If I set a line for myself on something that's more objectively right versus wrong and on the morality scale, it's like, well, I'm not doing that. Could they find something else in my life that I do that they'd be like, well, that's wrong. And so it's like, I don't ever want to turn it into like, I think that's what just bothers me so much about seeing so much strife on the internet, where it's like, you're all wrong. You're all wrong. Don't you get it? You're a human being. You're wrong. I'm wrong. You're wrong. That person's wrong. Nobody's right. Nobody. And I'm not saying that means we should just descend into chaos and embrace that everything's wrong and who cares about anything. No, but if anything, it's the opposite. I'm saying it means you should calm down. Listen. Be open-minded. Be willing to try to feel out other things and not be so harshly judgmental. That's what I'm advocating for. And if I guess really what I'm ultimately highlighting here is people become arrogant. People, that's what self-righteous leads to. It leads to an arrogance that, it's like, my shit don't stink. It's like, no, it does. And you put your pants on one leg at a time, buddy. Bro, every streamer's audience knows that. Most chatters encourage that person they are watching to get the bag. You're thinking way too much about it. Even dumb fuck high and mighty streamers like Pokemon and Hassan take sponsors. I know, but that's where it's like, I don't know. I think about it sometimes too, because I'm a human being. I look at other people's success and, on the internet, on YouTube, on Twitter even, or, whatever. And I think like, damn, like, could that be me? Should that be me? What would I need to do differently? What's stopping me from like achieving that or whatever? But I don't know, man. I feel like there's levels to this that, again, if we really go deep into the psychology of the human mind, everybody's driven for different reasons. There's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of similarities, but I don't know. Now I'm at that point where I am thinking too deep. Chainsaws, come on, bro. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy, man. Leo, what's up, man? You missed basically the whole stream, unfortunately. But Matador, you're saying, yeah, since the last Windows update, my game straight up crashes on launch. You're saying you're saying you are a trophy hunter. You just passed the main story and have crashes every time I launch it. Oh shit, you're that far. So you beat the game. Now you're just trying to like trophy hunt. I mean, Sheesh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think your trophies do they transfer over to PS5? If your trophies transfer over, I would say go for it. Try to platinum it. It would be worth it. It runs really well on PS5. Or if you have a Pro, I'm sure it runs great on the Pro too. Microsoft is sabotaging Sony's games on PC. What is it? What did I do now? Nothing, Chainsaws. Nothing, bro. Nothing. It's all good. It's all good. Everything's fine. I don't know. I just it's a struggle. It's a continued struggle where you know what I think it is? If I really want to go deep into not just philosophy, but just I guess it is philosophy, but psychology as well, where it's like I think a large part of life, and I want you guys to think about this, right? Maybe you need to hear this. Maybe you don't. I don't know. It's one or the other. You either need to hear it or you don't, and I'm sorry if you don't. But I think maybe a large part of life is just a grand illusion where, and I'm sure you guys, I mean, I don't know what your circumstances are. You know, we get all different types of people here, but it's a very broad thing. I don't know that I can say 100% of people experience it, but maybe they do. There's this constant feeling that lies underneath deep in your mind. And sometimes it comes to the surface, but it's always there of like more, more, push for more, always push for more. Like it doesn't matter what it is. And that feeling, I think, sometimes comes in a different package where it may not be, oh, like I'm feeling greedy and I just want more. Instead, it's a feeling of like, it's a feeling of lacking. Like you're lacking something, you're missing something, you're not getting something that you either feel you want or need. And I do think that there is a kind of illusion that basically lies at the center of an exploitation of the human condition. And that human condition is, well, you do have literal needs. You need to eat to survive. You need to sleep. You need to have moments of rest and recovery and comfort. You also need to have moments of stress. You know, these are needs. You need to have community. You need to have, if not companionship, socialization. These are needs. These are actual needs that if a human being doesn't get them, you will wither and die. You know? And I think that everything that we're surrounded by that kind of pushes it, kind of presses it on us where it's like you feel that pressure of like, but keep going. Make number go up. Make thing bigger and better. Push for more. Grind for more. Do more. Achieve more. Succeed more. Oftentimes people who win life, people who win they supposedly win the game of life, they didn't win anything. You know? I mean, you won a lot of comfort, but the people who are most comfortable, they they end up they end up having like an insatiable hunger for challenge, for something that to be difficult, you know, to feel some level of stress. And that I don't know. That to me, that it is the highlight of the human condition where it's like maybe be careful because you'll end up like me if you're not careful, where you're just in a constant state of existentialism and sometimes maybe nihilism. Just maybe question whatever it is you're chasing, whatever it is you're striving for. I don't think it's healthy to fall into a pit of meaninglessness and nihilism, but I do think it is healthy to question how far do you individually really need to go to find the supposed contentment that you believe will be there. I'm only saying that because there just might be a chance that at least a large portion of that contentment and a large portion of that happiness is already right in front of you. It already exists inside of you. And that last 10%, that last 20% you're striving for, you're just going to question if it was really worth it. Anyway, hold on one sec, guys. Didn't mean to get so deep on you there, but we have Garrett Green. What's going on, Garrett? A member for 29 months. Thank you for that. He says, "Hey, BG, I just tweaked my back the other day. I'm in the same boat as you now." I'm really sorry to hear that, Garrett. Damn. I mean, hopefully you're not in the same boat as me, because whatever boat I'm in, like my stuff like isn't healing. So at least not yet. I'm going on 2 weeks with no healing, and apparently, I don't know. Apparently, whatever I did, I herniated my C7, my 6-7. I herniated my 6-7. It could take a minimum of 3 months to heal, and it can go up to half a year. So hopefully it's not that bad for you, Garrett. I hope that your recovery is much quicker, because damn, that's unlucky though, bro. That's maybe it's because you watched that video earlier. But thank you, Garrett, for your milestone. And Matador with another $10 super chat says, "Dude, you should take a sponsorship. Your community has your back. Did y'all hear Elliot Page was cast as Achilles in the Odyssey? Like, what the fuck?" Dude, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's to a point. I did see that, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore, and I don't think I care. Like, how can I care? Like, I can't even be outraged, because it's just like, of course, that's who you get to play Achilles. Of course, that's who you get. Elliot Page would destroy Brad Pitt's version. Dude, that's so funny that the last person to play Achilles was Brad Pitt. I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, boss. Like, yeah, I don't know. My excitement for this movie has dropped. Not just because of that. There's many reasons. Like, I rewatched the trailer a couple times, and I saw a couple. I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe is this gonna be that good? I don't know. MBG, don't forget to check the Discord for that channel and look through to find what applies to your situation. I wish you quick and speedy healing. Thank you, Shadowlink. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'll be sure to check that out. Actually, I'll go check it out now. Oh, dude, this guy. I've already watched. This is funny. I've watched probably like 7 videos from this guy already. Yep. And he's been helping me out. The only thing with a lot of the stuff I watched from him, and he's not the only one I've watched on YouTube. The only thing is a lot of, and this is where like I'm gonna have to wait until I get more imaging done and scans to know exactly how bad my situation is, so I know what to and what not to do. But it's like I was watching his videos and many others, and it's all about physical therapy. Like, for example, so the herniation is in my, like, the back of my neck, basically. And one of the things they suggest to do is what they call neck tucks. This is like a therapeutic exercise. I don't know if I want to try to do it, because the point is when I try to do it, it hurts. So basically, like, you sit up straight and you tuck your neck in. Like, you don't just like touch it to your chin. You don't touch your chin to your chest. You tuck your your neck in to where it starts to touch your chest up here, and you hold it for a couple seconds, and you just keep repeating that, and then you can do that, and then turn your head. And apparently, that's to strengthen all muscles that are very weak. So, like, basically, the research I've been doing is supposedly a major reason I'm having this problem is because I have extremely weak muscles here, like in the front of my neck and the side of my neck, and they need to be strengthened. And my back muscles are overcompensating. But it's like when I go to do that exercise, it hurts really fucking bad. Like it hurts to a point where it's like I feel like I shouldn't be doing this. And so that's where I want to do I want to do the physical therapy side of it. I want to obviously do whatever I can to get better, but I just don't know. I just don't know when I should start, like, do I have to give time for healing and then do it? But yeah, that guy's channel, I've watched at least like 5 or 6 of his videos. Very, very helpful. Very knowledgeable. Elliot, Ellen Page was cute. I'm sad she became a dude. She was a good actor, but I don't care that she's Achilles. You're still a good actor now. That's a fucking crate, dude. That sentence is nuts. That's nuts, man. But but I mean, yeah, like you're just saying it's true. She was cute. It's a shame she became a dude, though. As soon as I sign off, the GTA trailer is gonna drop. Yeah, I don't think it's happening. Yeah, the problem with both films is there's no Greek people in either of them. Hollywood never change. Low key, you're saying all I'm seeing is a bunch of Xbox PC assholes talking shit on PlayStation to make their plastic look better. PC sucks, Xbox trash, PlayStation not better, but needs to do better. I don't know. I find it hard to pay attention to. I mean, I'm sure I'll still come across stuff, but I don't know, man. Like, I'm just like at a point where it's like when I encounter, like when I see a video where somebody's blasting PlayStation, it's like, cool, man, cool. Cool, bro. It's just funny. It's funny because, I'll say, like, dude, for like years, I put Microsoft and Xbox on blast, bro. You know that. I've also tried to be fair along the way. But I put them on blast, and I would encounter so much pushback, understandably so, from the Xbox community. We're like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, all you do is hate Xbox. All you want to do, it's always Xbox bad. And I would try to explain to people, like, bro, I'm literally, I am going out of my way to say these things because I believe Xbox needs to get better. And I think this is how they can do that. And no one would ever believe me. Instead, they would accuse me of lying, accuse me of grifting, and then shit on me. And what's so ironic about it is that, like, if you look at where we are now, where like it got to a point where it's like, stop talking about Xbox, stop talking about Xbox. And it's like, yeah, I'll stop talking about them when I stop caring. And the irony is, like, dude, I'm not saying I don't talk about them at all. I still do, obviously. And it's, they're always going to play some role, clearly, in the conversation. But I don't really, like, shit on them anymore. Like, I mean, the worst I've done probably this year is calling out Asha Sharma when she first got promoted and seeing people acting like, it's the second coming of Christ. That's probably the worst I've done. And I just find it ironic that, like, basically the things that people accused me of, they just, I don't know, They just didn't have any good faith whatsoever. Where it's like, I told you. Like, if you look, let me back up. What I'm trying to say here is, if you look at how quickly the entire Xbox community fucking turned on Phil Spencer the moment he was out. It's like he never even existed. Phil who? You know, like, I find that almost offensive, where it's like, what the fuck was, what am I, chopped liver? Everything I've been saying? All the, and I realize, like, all it's ever come down to is, it's like, MBG, it's not that you're not right. I mean, I'm wrong sometimes too, but it's not that you're not right. It's just, we don't want you to be right. We don't want you to be right. And that's why I've just given up on it, because it's like, I know that nothing I say is ever going to get through, because there's too many filters. There's too many people standing between me and whatever message I'm trying to send, that are like, we're not letting that through. And I'm like, but that guy over there is saying the same fucking thing, and you're letting him through. It's like, yeah, but he's not you. And I learned that over the years, where it's like, okay, like, look, man, I cared about Xbox, and I care even still now, to an extent, where there's some things I'm still interested in. I don't care that much. Like, this is why when I look at the Xbox fan base now, I'm talking like because you're seeing people, like, now you're starting to see people that have done nothing but shit talk Xbox, if not shit talk Xbox, ignore, even worse, they've ignored Xbox. Now you're starting to see some of them start to rally around it. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, you guys go have your fun then. Fuck the guys like myself and many others who've been sitting here saying for years, Phil Spencer's a problem, the leadership at Xbox is a problem, A, B, C, D, E, F, G is a problem at Xbox, and here's what they need to do to probably change it and turn it around. But instead, we just get, like, fucking suplexed in the background and made fun of. All because we happen to prefer PlayStation. Meanwhile, it's like, we're over here, not all of us, some of us are over here being like, dude, we want competition. That's what we want. How much easier your life could have been just playing on PlayStation and never mentioning them ever. Well, I mean, I can't deny that without Xbox, none of this would have been possible. You know, I'll always give Xbox the credit. I will always give credit where it's due, man. Where it's like, I'm not going to be a revisionist and be like, yeah, the fucking 360 was overrated. I'm not even going to sit here and pretend that I was the guy that was excited at the beginning of the Xbox One gen, where I knew, like, okay, some shit's really messed up here and they fucked up, but they're going to fix it. Like, I was the guy. I believed, bro. The way you see people believing in Asha Sharma right now, that was me in 2013, bro. In 2014, when Phil Spencer took over, that was me. That's why I'm like, fuck this. Like, and fuck you too. Because I just because it got to a point where it's like, I can't support this anymore, because I see that these are not competent individuals and they don't know what they're doing. And my message is not getting through. Nobody's is, seemingly. The wrong message is getting through. And I got, and meanwhile, I decided to praise the company that was, in my opinion, doing it right. And now it's all been flipped. Where, like, now people are getting right back on that bandwagon of, like, with Asha Sharma. And like, look, I'm not saying she couldn't be the one. I'm not saying that. She could be. I'm just saying I'm not doing that again. I already did that, and it got me basically dumped on by both groups of people, where it's like, no, thank you. If you want to believe Xbox is great and they're only going up, more power to you. I'll play some of the games that they bring over here. I'll pay attention to Helix. We'll talk about it. Could be a game changer. I don't think it will be, but we'll talk about it. But Jim Ryan got the same treatment, to be fair. He was being hyped up fighting Microsoft buying publishers than memed as soon as he left. Yeah, Jim Ryan, I feel like I was tricked by Jim Ryan. Not in like some weird, like, he twicked me, I hate him. Not like that. Like, the problem is I did believe what he said. I was definitely the guy that I basically was a yes man. You know, I'm not going to lie. This is where it's like, I can clearly see where my mistakes were made, where coming off of the PS4 and we got the news that Jim Ryan's now taking over, Sean Layden is out, Herman Hulst is taking over. I'm like, this is great. What could go wrong? Nothing. And I wasn't the only, a lot of people were in that space. And Jim Ryan was saying so many of the right things. What I didn't understand, and I guess maybe it was because I was kind of new to covering this stuff so intensely, and also because I was finding success on my channel, so I was not blinded, but like distracted by like, it's going good for me too personally, so everything's fine. PlayStation's succeeding, my channel's doing well, I'm having great time gaming, everything's fine, right? And for like the first year or two of the PS5, it was like that, where like almost everything Jim Ryan was saying was right, and then out of nowhere, it was just like, yeah, we're doing 13 live service games. And I remember distinctly that was like the first moment where people were like, what the fuck did you just say? What? And I noticed like, oh, people are very unsettled by that. And I was like, well, that's a lot. But I took I had that toxic positivity where I'm like, no, dude, like, come on, they're not. I didn't believe Sony could be that stupid. I'll be honest. That's where I made the mistake of believing that Sony could not be that stupid, like the people in charge making decisions. So when they were talking about making these games, I'm like, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. All right. They're not going to, like, it's not going to be perfect. There will be some mess ups, but it's not going to be some kind of train wreck disaster like people are making it sound like. And then, everything played out. And then it was like, oh my God. This is like, it almost went as bad as it could have went. They sound like New York Jets fans, except imagine if the New York Jets were winning, and it's like, surely if you're going to lose, you're not going to lose like 10 games, right? In a season, right? Matador with a $2 chat. You're saying, where do you get the shirt, bro? Actually, I don't know where this specific shirt was purchased because it was given to me as a gift from my from my in-laws. I think they got it for me like a year and a half ago. I think it was maybe for my birthday. I'll have to ask them where exactly they got it from. But yeah, it's an awesome shirt. It's one of my favorites. I have 2 Wolverine shirts, but yeah, I was stoked when they gave me this. I wish I could tell you where they got it from, but yeah, Jim wasn't a gamer. MVP Moss with a super chat. Thank you, buddy. You're saying appreciate you for going through the pain to keep us or for us. Keep it up and hope it gets better. Also, Saros is better than Returnal, and I'll die on that hill. Well, hey, I respect it, man. I can see why you'd come to that conclusion. I still liked Returnal better, but Saros is very good. I'm very much enjoying it, dude. Really. I wish I could play it more. I wish I could game more without being in so much pain. But yeah, dude, like I just look at where things are now, and it's why. No, I did not watch the Mystic video. I will react to that. I'm not going to do it right now, though. I don't want to react to people's content right away. Because I feel like that's kind of I don't want to say it's disrespectful, but it's like you guys should go watch it on your own first, and then after it has a couple days, at least 24 hours. So maybe I'll react to it tomorrow. But I did see the thumbnail, and I'd be interested to see what he has to say. But yeah, man, I'm just saying, like, when it comes to the whole console warring thing, I've learned not just console warring, but the game that is YouTube covering these things, covering the platforms. It is a game, and there's different ways to play it. And I learned a lot throughout the years about the game itself and about myself, where people, I think a lot of people were under the impression that I was faking things. Like I'm lying about things. I'm making things up. It's like, no, none of it was ever fake. None of it was ever not true. Um when you see the version of MBG in 2020 where I'm covering the entire build up to the PlayStation 5 and I'm covering a lot of what's going on with Xbox because they're right there next to Sony as the competition. And you see the announcement of the Xbox next gen showcase, or sorry, of the future of gaming showcase for PS5. And we watched that together and we're like, holy shit, that was fucking awesome. Like, we're all buying PS5s, bro. That show was amazing. And Sony just knocked it out of the park. And then a month later, now it's Xbox's turn. If my timeline's correct. And Xbox is like, well, you know what? We already announced the Series X. We showed you Hellblade. Now it's our turn. And I'll never forget how going into that show, if you go back, I was saying, like, bring the fucking heat, Microsoft. Because I'm dealing with all the fans, the 12 T-flops of greatness, the whole 9 yards. And I'm like, Microsoft, I hope you fucking bring it. Because I was like, dude, if you look at what Sony did, you got to bring your A game. You have no choice. If you stand any chance of truly competing and coming out of the gate swinging, you need to bring your A game. And then we watched the show, and it closed with Halo, and everybody was laughing. And they were getting memed on. I made a video that same day, or the next day, where I remember I titled it something like, Xbox just completely like ruined their next gen Xbox Series X reveal or event. And I was really harping, like I wasn't ranting or freaking out. I was just saying, like, I was pointing out that Halo Infinite should have never been shown in that state. And the fact that Phil Spencer greenlit that and said, this is good enough. And this is our killer app. This is what's going to take on the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 5 showcase. I remember just really highlighting how it was totally like I remember in that moment, I was trying to express to people, in case you were wondering, or if you were still questioning if these are the guys to Phil Spencer, Aaron Greenberg, Matt Booty, if you think these are the guys that are going to bring Xbox back, you're delusional. Because this is what they thought their next, like, this was good enough to compete with the PlayStation 5. Somebody said okay to this. And that somebody was Phil Spencer. And I remember at that time, so many people were in agreement with me. Because I was completely right. And at that time, some people thought I was just grifted. Like, oh, you're just jumping in on it because it's like, that was the popular thing to do at that moment because everybody was memeing on Craig. It's like, no, dude, I've been saying this for like 2 years now since I left Xbox. I'm now emphasizing that now people are seeing it. And so where I ultimately went wrong in the grand scheme of all this was I telegraphed Microsoft pretty much to a T. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I did. I just don't care to really go back and find my receipts because I like, dude, what the fuck? Like, nobody's gonna care. I've learned that. Like, I literally did that for myself a year or two ago, where I decided I'm tired of people constantly harping on me when I have a take that's wrong or saying shit about me that's not true because I actually said the opposite, but they're banking on me not going back and finding the receipts and making compilations. And then when I did it, like, this is where I learned how the game is played. It's like, dude, nobody cares. Like, do you think they're gonna come out and be like, "Oh, damn, MBG, we were wrong. Sorry, bro. Look at that. Look, he put actual undeniable evidence. He posted the receipts to show that we were wrong. We have to bend the knee." No, that's not what happens. What happens is they ignore it and then they move on to something else. And so that's where I stopped trying to play that game. But I haven't forgotten, dude. Like, I haven't forgotten. I remember all this shit where it's like, dude, everything that I said about Xbox turned out to be fucking true. Every fucking thing. Unfortunately, well, actually, no. I did get the things that I got wrong were things that I had too much hope for. Like Hellblade. I remember people were telling me, like, dude, Hellblade is going to be ass, bro. You know that game is, Microsoft's going to ruin it. It's going to be ass. And I pushed. I'm like, no. This is going to, I'm telling you, this is one game they're not going to fuck up. There's a reason they bought the studio. This is going to be a game that finally, solidifies it's Microsoft making a statement. And I was totally fucking wrong. I was completely wrong. It's like, dude, you actually thought. Probably going to happen again with State of Decay 3. But that's what's ironic about it, is that, like, all of the criticism that I had towards Xbox was warranted. And Phil Spencer, Xbox sales collapsing, Xbox being in the negative for like 2 fiscal years in a row, the Activision Blizzard and Bethesda acquisitions not really working out for them. Phil Spencer, basically, you're retiring now, buddy. And Sarah Bond being fucking booted, like ejected. And just everything else along the way. It's like, yeah. We were right, dude. We were right. You guys, on the other side, a lot of you guys may have been right about Jim Ryan, and you might have been right about the live service stuff, but that's the difference between me and them, is I will sit here and I say, you were right. That's the difference between me and them, is that I will say, anybody who was giving Jim Ryan that intense criticism, saying he's gonna hurt PlayStation, he's gonna hurt Sony, bro, he's gonna hurt PlayStation, people who are criticizing Herman Hulst, people who are criticizing the live service push, I pushed back against that and said, I think you guys are wrong. I think this is going to work out better than you think. I was wrong. You were right. And they did call it. But that's the thing. They don't do that on the other side of it. Like, they don't reciprocate that. They just get fucking mad. Because the game they're playing is a game of, it's just a game of moving goalposts. Where it's like, there is no, you can't, like, the other side, or I'll put it this way. The most they'll give you is like, okay, yeah, you're right about that one. But anyway, this other shit, bro, you're fucking retarded. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, but what about the thing I was right about? What about, like, the 5 things I was right about? What about the 10 things I was right about? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. We're in agreement there. Yeah, sure. But like the few things we're not in agreement with, it's like they need that to be what defines the entire discourse and entire discussion around it. And that's the part of the game that I realize, like, I can't play it because it's like, that's fucking stupid. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It's like, well, we'll give credit where it's due. Yeah, like write it in tiny little ink on a fucking Post-it note. But then when it's something that's like when somebody gets something wrong or they're off about something, we put it in a fucking big fluorescent glowing sign. You know? It's a joke, dude. It's a joke. It's crazy. At one point, Xbox had 46 million sales in North America with the 360. PS5 only at 36, 37 million. How much they effed up and dropped off. LOL. Even Xbox One had 32 million in North America alone. They'll shut it down. They did Sarah dirty. They did. Ninja Theory just came out and announced it was a success on PlayStation by their metrics. Well, that's good. I mean, they're making a Hellblade 3, and I am foolish enough to believe it'll be better, right? Like, I'm not going to... I don't have it in me to throw Ninja Theory under the bus, because even though I didn't like Hellblade 2 and it let me down, I like the story, and I think they still have the potential. It's like with State of Decay 3. Like, I can't give up on them. Until they're shut down, I won't give up on them. But it doesn't change the fact that, like, man, I was fucking wrong. You know? I don't know. The Xbots hate when their team jumps ship. You did the right thing. And we're happy for it. Keep it real, MVG. Oh, I mean, yeah, dude, it's not even about, like, I mean, I guess I did jump ship, but it's because it's like, bro, like, I'm literally, like, waist deep in water here, man. Like, and Phil Spencer's out here being like, I'm more excited about the next E3. I'm like, I'm gonna be dead by then, bro. What you mean next E3? Isn't Hellblade 2 like a Soros to them? Rumored to cost around 50 million and a huge 50 million, so is huge sales a target? Well, I mean, it did something right. Like, for it's still here. Like, Ninja Theory's still here. They greenlit a Hellblade 3, so they did something right. When MBG is having to fight with even Xbox PC players, let that sink in. MBG Mob Boss, did you pick up Directive 8020? No, I'm still playing Soros currently. The friends I got who got Game Pass behave like crackheads. And they want you to be addicted as well and enjoy them. That's funny shit. We're more excited for the games we didn't show. And look, could things turn around for Xbox? I think to an extent, yeah. Like, I get what Asha Sharma's doing. I don't know, man. I guess it's just the underdog mentality where Sony's on top. It's why it comes off cringe. Like, when I'm the guy in the room that I'm, like, pointing out, like, this is what Sony's doing right. This is what they're doing good. People kind of don't want to hear that because it's like, yeah, but what about the things they're doing bad? And I'm like, yeah, they're doing these things bad. It's like, well, then why are they still doing them bad? And that's where I am starting to agree. Where it's like, yeah, man, I don't know why some of this shit with Sony's lingering so much. I'm not going to be the guy. Absolutely not. I was this guy at the launch of the PS5 and for a couple years with the PS5. I'm not going to be the guy to be like, Sony's untouchable, bro. Everything they do is gold. I don't agree. I wouldn't, even if I wanted to lie, I would cringe at myself because I'm like, that's just not true. You know? But I also can't be on the other side of that. Where it's like, guys, so many people are doing the thing that they accused me of doing. Where it's like, MBG, you're only criticizing Sony the way you are, or Microsoft the way you are, because it's getting you views and attention, and it's making you money. And it's like, dude, no. Like, yeah, of course the views are great, and I appreciate the support. I always have, but it's like, I've always tried to explain to people that, like, every ounce of criticism I gave Microsoft, like, look, I don't want to be disingenuous. Were there times where I leaned into it too much for the sake of, like, we're having fun? Like, oh, the fucking Xbox body wash, they just won E3. Yeah, but it's like, what the fuck? Dude, that looks like nothing. That looks like kindergarten shit. You know? Like, yeah, did I do that? Yes. Was it serious? No. Who cares? Even Xbox players probably found that shit funny because it was stupid. You know? Like with the Xbox toaster and shit. I think Microsoft gets off on shit like that. It's funny. But I'm just saying, like, I'm just simply saying that the criticism that I gave them was never to grow. It wasn't like, oh, I'm going to get money off of this. Like, this is going to work great for me. No, dude. No, like, it's like, if anything, it would be more beneficial for me. If we're talking from like a business bottom line standpoint, it's more beneficial for me if Xbox does good and actually applies pressure to Sony, because that forces Sony to do more and do better. And that's the brand I actually have a preference for, and a console I have a preference for. And that's what most of, not, I don't know, there's actually more Xbox people here than you'd think, but a lot of my subscribers prefer that. That would benefit me more. You know, like, it's gotten to a point where it's sad, man. Like, I can't be like one of these fucking assholes. It's less prevalent in like the console space, but it's like these people were like, yeah, like when we were talking about Mixtape, like there's YouTubers just like, I gotta make 25 videos in 2 weeks about this fucking game. It's like, you're sick in the head. Get help. I can't do that. Could I do that and make money? Like, could I just become a channel where it's like, I'm going to fucking rant and point out every goddamn problem about this brand and that game and this game day in and day out. You will get your daily dose of fucking shit. Yes, I could. I could do that. I would make more money. I would get so much more attention, and my fucking titles would be amazing. Oh my God. Let me tell you how amazing my titles would be. It'd be fun. Maybe it is fun. Maybe that's why they do it. But I just don't have it in me because I'm like, this is no way to live. I can't live this way. Anyway, what am I going on about here? I went way longer than I expected. Xbox brand is just to sell Game Pass and cloud for the future. They're going all in on games everywhere instead of everything as an Xbox. LOL, different slogan, same goal. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I agree with you there. Do a month without Xbox mentioned and show what you make. LOL, prove it has no impact. Well, I mean, there would have to be parameters there. Also, I'm definitely not going to talk. I'm not going to show what I make. That's a slippery slope. But I'll put it to you this way. Cheese and Chainsaws, I want you to understand something, and I mean this. I mean this, bro. There were times where I attempted to do this, and what I learned, and like, this is where when I tell you, I cannot play the game, even if I tried to force myself. I learned that over the course, you know how I was telling you how I get like these radical people who are hating on me and shitting on me and fighting with me, even though I'm trying to let them know, like, I'm trying to be critical so they can get better and improve, not just for the sake of, I'm not trying to shit on them just for the sake of shitting on them. That's not what I do. It's not my thing here, you know? I don't do that to anybody or anything. I actually got people on the opposite end too. And as you've noticed in the last probably year and a half, it's like it's become a bit of, I'm doing the thing that it's a cardinal sin for a YouTuber to do. It is a cardinal fucking sin. And you won't see other YouTubers do this. At least if you do, they fade into obscurity. Where like I learned as I started to be more hypercritical of Sony, because yes, they are doing things where it's like, what the fuck is this, bro? Suddenly, it's like Sony can do no wrong. What are you talking about? It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. What impression are you getting here from me? But then that's where I realized that is the impression I gave off with the first couple years of the PS5. even though the first couple years of the PS5 are different to where we are now, it's like, yes, there was this tone behind it where it's like, this is only going to get better and it can never be bad. It's not helped by the fact that people who talk about PlayStation in bad faith, they place people like me in a position where they're speaking for me, or if not for me, they're telling people like, this guy here, this guy, don't ever go to them for PlayStation criticism because it's not genuine, it's not real. And I'm like, okay, like it's been pretty real. Like, for example, go to my Blue Point video from September 30th, 2021, when they were acquired, and listen to the enthusiasm in my voice. Listen to how happy I was. Listen to how excited I was at the prospect of, oh my God, this is a match made in heaven. Then, well, and maybe the problem is streaming. Maybe it's because I most of my content was video based in 2020. Most of my content streaming now. Compare that to, if anything, I had even more energy, even more passion, or my crash out when I found out that day when we were live that they shut them down, where I fucking lost it. I had way more energy exuding in that stream than I did when they announced they acquired them. And I guess what I'm just trying to say, Cheese and Chainsaws, is what I've learned is that the cardinal sin that I'm committing on YouTube is I am disregarding a certain portion of my own audience. That it's like, what do you like? This is a place where we just are positive about PlayStation. Like, no. If everything they're doing is positive and there's like nothing to really truly criticize, yes. But no, it's not. We're not putting the blinders on. I'm not, like, I literally don't want to do that because that's not what I'm trying to tell Sony. And I try to tell people, like, you shouldn't want to tell Sony that message either. And so I've learned that I basically, I have to exist in this space where I'm not willing to be extremist on either end. I'm not willing to be the fucking punished MBG, anti-corpo, everything is shit, everything is bad, we have to yell about everything, we have to cry about everything, and there's just always, it's just cynicism oozing from my very being, every day, all day. I can't do that because that's not how I really feel. But I also am not existing in the space of like, everything's fucking great. I don't need to hear none of that negativity. I'm good. Like, no, I'm involved. I'm choosing to be part of this. I want to see the whole picture, or as much of the picture as I can. I don't want to just like, I don't like the look of that, I'm gonna ignore that. I don't want to hyperfixate on it and make it the center of everything I do and say. And so all this is to say is that, like, if I were to, the truth of the matter is if I were to say right now, I'm not saying a word about it. Well, I couldn't do that because the Xbox showcase, but let's just hypothetically, I'm not saying a word. I'm not talking about Xbox for an entire month. Nothing. I mean, what am I going to do? You can't super chat. What do I do if somebody super chats me about Xbox? You can't super chat me about it. When there's inevitably some kind of Project Helix news this month and people want to talk about it, I say, no, thank you. Knowing full well that, like, well, bro, how is this going to affect PlayStation? It's a tough thing because it's like, people don't believe this, but it's like, I really kind of, I don't want to talk about Xbox, dude. Unless it's like, okay, Forza Horizon 6 is releasing on PlayStation, I'm going to play it. I see what they're doing, and I'm like, this is fucking cringe. Like, this is embarrassing. I don't want to cover this. I can't do it anymore. Because it's like, are you guys fucking for real right now? And the answer is like, we are. We are very for real. We are progressing this industry. And it's like, I'm not mad. I'm not upset. I just think it's insane. That's what I think. I think it's actual insanity. You know, what is it? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And I'm like, you guys have made me insane. I want to walk away from that because I want to get back to normalcy, because with PlayStation, there are problems. There's still a lot going right with PlayStation that if I direct my energy towards that, they can maybe listen. There's still hope here, in my opinion, you know, where this isn't over yet. This isn't over yet. Only two ends. What about Nintendo with the Soldier Boy consoles? Like, dude, you know how I talk about Nintendo? I don't talk about them that often, but sometimes I do when it's necessary. It's like there's no real true heat between Sony and Nintendo right now. There's no true heat, but there's glimpses sometimes. And when there is, it's like, yeah, I gotta talk about what Nintendo's doing. I don't want to. I don't care about Nintendo, but it's like it's necessary. I mean, I don't think people understand that outside of a couple of games that Xbox has, like that's where I am with them, dude. Like I'm so exhausted by them. Where it's like I don't even have it in me to shit on them anymore, dude. Like because I don't think there's it again, it's like if I were to shit on Xbox, it's because I'm trying to convey there's something to improve. And it's like, no, you guys got this. You're making that clear. You know what you're doing now. You figured it out overnight. Now you're on the right path. Good for you. I'm happy for you. I have nothing really left to say. And that's what makes it hard, man. Is it's like I know people want to talk about it. People want to bring it up. And it's like, I don't know what to say, man. Like, you want to tell me Helix is going to be amazing? Okay. I'm not going to fight you. Maybe it will be for you. You want to tell me Helix is going to fucking, it's going to beat the PS6? Yeah, I'm sure it is, bud. Yeah, you're right. Uh-huh. It sure is. It's like, what do you want? Like, what am I supposed to say at this point? It's like you look at where PlayStation is, you look at where Xbox is, and it's like, you're really, like, I'm supposed to entertain this? You know? Like, I just kind of, I know this sounds shitty, but it's like, I kind of feel sorry in a way where it's like, there are people who have stuck with Xbox for so long. Yeah, exactly. Like, Xbox already won, dude. Like, yeah, man. They did win. Yeah. Yeah. They did it. And it's like, I don't know. What do you want me to tell you, man? What do you want me to tell you? Like it's like the truth of the matter is it's like you guys already decided that nothing could ever happen to make them lose. The worst has already happened. It has crumbled. They are releasing Halo on PlayStation, and in your mind, they've still won. So you did. They did. They did win. Like, who am I to tell you? Anyway, guys, I do have to wrap the stream up. I am over my time limit here because I need to help Mrs. MBG out. But guys, I am going to end it here. My voice is starting to go too, and God, this pain. See what happens? Xbox did this to me, bro. But no, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I appreciate all the support. I want to give a big thank you to those of you who gifted memberships today. Any super chats, any direct donations, thank you all so much. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. And I appreciate you bearing with me, being, a little bit all over the place. But you guys are always here for me, so thank you. I also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see him in the comments with those timestamps, give him some thanks, show him some love. understandable. Obviously, they're in a world of their own, but I've seen Nintendo YouTubers who couldn't tell you a thing about PlayStation or Xbox. Some didn't even know what Elden Ring was. That's insane. Holy shit, that's nuts. Not knowing what Elden Ring is? Okay. I mean, I guess it's this thing. MBG, I bought my ticket for MCM Comic Con London. Got to buy my photo op with David Hayter. What 2 or 1 question would you ask him? You think no one else has asked him? Oh, that's a tough one. God, I don't know. I can't. I have no idea, Dwayne. You'll have to spend time thinking about that. I'm clueless. All right, guys, do me one last favor. Hit that like button as you're heading out, and if all goes well, hopefully I'll be okay enough tomorrow. I mean, I gotta try to keep pushing because I gotta do this. I want to do it, but I'm hoping my pain levels will be a little bit better tomorrow. I would like to return with another stream, but yeah, that's it, guys. Please enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or night. I did put out a video earlier. You can check that out if you want to support the channel further. And I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. So until then, take care, everyone.